To today's political stream. Sorry, just saw a a friend leave a comment on one of my shorts. Today we are going over the New Jersey governor debate. Gonna be very fun. I saw some of it, I didn't see all of it. I missed the original. Hey Red Side, how you doing? Really quickly, I gotta share the excuse me. Yeah, I gotta share the stream. I also need to change the thumbnail. I'm using the same thumbnail as the last stream I did. I need to change that. I need to find a better thumbnail or make a better thumbnail. Oh, sure. I'll check it. Truth Social. Do. Why am I so quiet? Alright, there we go. I'm no longer quiet. Hooray. You sent to truth. Okay, I just requested access, I guess. Okay. Oh, that's fine, Red Side. I'll stream it. What's up, Armstrong? You better delete that comment or I'll unmod you and time you out. I'm not kidding. What's up, Sock? Armstrong, I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Delete that. Now. I don't like being called that. It was funny at first, but I don't like being called that. Okay, there goes your mod privileges. You have about 10 seconds before I pull up the stream. Oh, look at that, I pulled up the stream. Found you. And 10-second timeout. Ten-second timeout. Do. There you are. Okay. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're going to be good. Nah. I like being his daddy. It means he fears me. I like that. I just realized how gay that sounded. Alright, alright. No, I'm not, I promise, no! I promise. What, are you gay? I'm not gay. But you are gay. You know, just for that, I'm gonna pull up that meme. Just for the heck of it. Whoop. I don't know why that happened. I'm gonna pull up. Did that affect the capture? No. Okay, good. You downloaded a Bible app? Cool.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Sure. Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you?
He's not even trying
Now
to.
we're looking at the raging debate.
He's being
you're a
serious.
gay rights activist. Why should someone be gay? You're having a girlfriend.
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
I'm not sexually active right now.
So what are
By
you doing with
choice.
this lady?
By choice.
By choice.
I've just not. I've chosen not to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean? Doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
I'm gay.
I'm in the black suit, definitely, definitely. And the best part is, he's not even trying to be. He's not even trying to be mean or anything. He's just being genuine. It's freaking hilarious. The full interview? Oof. I'm not watching the full interview, but. Oh, it's pretty funny. So. How long is the debate? I think it ends around here somewhere. I think it's about 2 hours long, maybe. Yeah, it's about 2 hours long. And then he does a little Q&A section. If I remember correctly, she had to run away, or she left or something during it. He is great. But I'm Chris Hansen with MSNBC. Alright, shall we get this party started, boys? Yeah, I watched the ending of it on Red Side Stream. Mickey did horrible, and I was trying to be as unbiased as possible. She did horrible. She even dodged a question. Jack answered every question. She dodged several questions. It wasn't, yeah. Anyway, let me check the stream real quick. Okay. There we go. Let's get this party started, shall we?
Hello and welcome to Debate Night. I'm Laura Jones and we are coming to you live
I don't
from
care.
Alumni
Get to the debate.
Gymnasium on the campus of Rider University in Lawrenceville, New Jersey for the very first New Jersey gubernatorial debate. Tonight's
She's so
90-minute
excited.
debate brings together the race for governor right here to this very stage for the first time in a head-to-head debate between Democrat Mikey Sherrill and Republican Jack Ciattarelli. This is a town hall style debate. Most of the questions will come from real New Jersey voters right here in this room, asking questions about the issues that matter most to them and to you. Some questions will also come from the New Jersey Globe editor, David Wildstein, Micah Rasmussen, director of the Rebovich Institute for New Jersey Politics at Rider University.
They look so happy to be
and
there.
Sophie Nieto Munoz of the New Jersey Monitor. Now, the rules were set in advance. Both campaigns agreed. Each voter asks a question. Each candidate answers. Equal time.
Wow.
No filibusters, no gotchas. Real talk about the issues New Jerseyans care about. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the New Jersey Globe, On New Jersey, and Rider University, and is presented to you by O'Toole Scrivo. Streaming is powered by PSEG. It is one
I
of two
don't
debates
care.
approved by the New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission.
Good for
governor
you.
In the state of New Jersey. Now,
Wow.
one quick request before we
Uh-oh,
begin.
not a
I'm
repressed.
going to ask the audience to hold their Jersey-style applause so our candidates don't lose any time tonight, except for right now.
Oh, we don't want
when
them
I
to lose
introduce
time.
the two people who want to be your next governor: Republican Jack Ciattarelli and Democrat Mikey Sherrill.
She has a Kamala smile. You see that? Yeah, guys, didn't you know that? Apparently it's in New Jersey. I had no idea. FYI, this is set in a college, so Jack is in enemy territory.
All right, we're just going to let our media finish getting their shots. We're going to get this debate rolling.
I know. I just saw it. And I was like, yeah, that's the... Now, this is New Jersey. Yeah. 100%, guys. I don't know how you didn't know
We don't
that.
want to waste any time, and we are going to get this debate growing with Mikey Sherrill. She's going to be giving the first opening statement, and she has 60 seconds. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Mikey Sherrill.
Good evening, New Jersey. My name is Mikey Sherrill, and I have a different kind of background, so I'm going to be a different kind of governor. I'm a former Navy helicopter pilot, federal prosecutor,
Respect.
member of Congress, and Jason
Less
and I
respect.
are raising our 4 great kids. And so that's why I am laser focused on driving down costs for families like yours. I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day 1, freezing your rate hikes. I'm going to demand transparency and accountability from our government to save you time and money. And for those of you who have been following Jack's race, you've heard a lot of nonsense. And you're going to hear a lot more tonight. But there's a clear choice. In
Yeah.
1990, Jack took his first
Told ya.
of many votes to raise your taxes. That was the same year I took my first of many oaths to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. He'll
Hold up.
support abortion bans.
Hold up.
I'll support
Okay. So, just... Okay. Obviously, she's trying to make Jack look bad. That's the whole point of a debate. But she said things that apparently he has done. But her experience is, I swore several oaths of office. That's her experience? Okay. Good for you. I don't know how that applies to me if I was a New Jersey resident. Thankfully, I'm a Florida resident, but I honestly don't see how that's important. But okay, never mind. Let her continue. Sorry.
Support your personal freedoms. He'll do whatever Trump tells him to do, and I will fight anybody to work for you. Thank you.
Jackson.
Oh, that's cute. They have a little clock behind them.
Jack Ciattarelli, it is your turn to deliver your opening statement. Jack Ciattarelli.
New Jersey, we need change. We need a hands-on CEO governor who's from New Jersey that knows exactly what needs to be done and is willing to do it. Overwhelmingly, New Jerseyans feel that we're heading the wrong direction. Here's why. There's an affordability in this crisis because of the taxes you pay and now because of your electricity rates. There's a public education crisis in this state. We've slipped from 2 to 12 on the National Report Card because we no longer focus on critical life skills and vocational training. There's a public safety crisis in this state. Nonviolent
I think
crime
it's the
is through
time
the
they
roof,
have the
break-ins,
talk.
car thefts, flash mobs in our malls and Jersey Shore. There's an overdevelopment crisis in the state where we're taking Garden right out of the Garden State with all the overdevelopment. We're the worst place in the country in which to do business.
He has 15
These
seconds
are
left.
the issues. My opponent will blame all these things on the president. Make no mistake. The party that's controlled our legislature for 25 years, the party that's controlled the executive branch for the 8 years, are the reason why we are today. I look forward to discussing my specific plans on how to fix New Jersey.
Thank you both. Thank you both.
Right to the point. I like it.
All right, we're going to head over to our panel. Our first question comes from David Wildstein, and it goes to Mikey Sherrill.
Congressman, one of the things I've heard New Jerseyans say is that your campaign has had plenty of broad talking points, but has been light on specific fixes to the state's problems. So what do you say to
That's a
people
good question.
who question your mastery of
I noticed
state
that too.
government issues and your desire to speak more about New Jersey and how they'll deal with the White House and Congress than about local issues?
She's not very specific.
So I'm the only one that has a plan to actually take on the tough problems of New Jersey.
Okay, what is it?
Jack's been in office before, and a lot of the things he complains about, he was the architect of. But that's why I've committed to declaring a state of emergency on energy costs on day one, to drive down your costs, to freeze rate hikes. I'm going to have a dashboard so you can see where your permitting is as we cut through red tape and regulatory issues so we can drive down costs. I'll make sure that we have a report card online so you can see exactly where your money goes and hold me accountable when the state's not performing well. So that's the kind of transparency, accountability, and cost savings I'm going to bring to government.
Okay.
Jack doesn't have a plan to do it because all he does is say that Trump's right. It's okay to drive up your tariffs. It's okay to have the one big beautiful bill which drives up your health care and utility costs. Not on my watch.
Again, that wasn't very specific.
You just cited a campaign that's short on specifics, and what you just got is 60 seconds of generalities and platitudes. My plan is very specific on how to fix New Jersey. When it comes to affordability, how about we make all retirement income tax-free? How about we freeze property taxes once you hit age 70? How about we allow you to deduct 100% of your property taxes on your New Jersey tax return? How about we make the first 2 years of income, post-high school, post-college, tax-free, so young people can get a start? How about we
That's
stop
actually a good
with all the
policy.
overdevelopment by revisiting our Mount Laurel housing doctrine? How about we take the handcuffs off our police? These are the specifics that we can talk about on how to fix New Jersey.
Very specific.
Our next question.
I like it.
Our next question is just a production note. We lost our monitors out here. I'm not sure if the control room.
Oh,
has that.
no.
But our next question is
They lost their
Micah
monitors.
Rasmussen, and it goes to Jack Ciattarelli.
When you first ran for governor, you were often critical of President Trump. Today, he says you've changed. What advice can you give sincere New Jerseyans who are closer to where you were in 2017 and say they can't look beyond the nation's border chief accepting a bribe, or the FCC silencing dissent, or those January 6th pardons for attacking our police?
Well, let's talk about what the president has done for New Jersey since he took office. He's put a temporary halt on wind farms off the Jersey Shore. I'll make that permanent. He's beating up on the New York Democrats over their congestion pricing plan, which I think is an egregious money grab. We shouldn't be paying for their subway system. He's also quadrupled the SALT deduction on our federal tax returns. The big, beautiful bill also doubled the child care tax credit for those with young children. It also doesn't tax tips, overtime, and Social Security. It provides a magnificent tax credit for those that send their kids to private school. I want you to think about those 4 things. They're good for all New Jerseyans. She voted no, my opponent did, on that bill. But make no mistake, my job is to represent and advocate. That's our timer.
I've got your timer.
Okay. My job is to advocate for the 9.3 million citizens of this state, and I'll always do right by the citizens of this state, no matter who occupies the White House.
Hello, Combine.
Mikey Sherrill.
Only 9.3 million? Wow.
I'm sure he would like you to focus on those 4 things, because he doesn't want you to focus on this tariff plan, which is putting small businesses out of business and freezing hiring from our large businesses. He doesn't want you to focus on the employment numbers or the fact that the deficit has gone up by $70 billion in the year Trump's been in office. He doesn't want you to focus on the one big beautiful bill, which is going to raise families' utility costs by hundreds of dollars, which is going to imperil the health care of 1 in 3 children, which already now they're going after Affordable Care Act. So they're taking away health care from people who have it, health care insurance, and then they're trying to drive up costs for people who already have the health care insurance. So in every single way, we're seeing costs go up on New Jersey families, and Jack just says he has nothing he disagrees with Donald Trump on. That's not leadership. This state needs real leadership.
He didn't say he had nothing. He just listed the things he does.
Our next question.
Micah, are there chances for rebuttals?
That it wasn't an attack. We're going to go on to our next question. And I also want to ask the audience if you could refrain from applauding, because every few seconds takes up time. Sophie has the next question going to Mikey Sherrill.
Congresswoman, in recent years and months, politics has grown more divisive, leading to a rise in politically motivated threats and violence. Would you support legislation to make political violence a hate crime? And as governor, what would you do to keep political tensions from...
Wait. Let me just play it again. Okay. Did I hear that right?
Ask the audience if you could refrain from applauding, because every few seconds takes up time. Sophie has the next question going to Mikey Sherrill.
Congresswoman, in recent years and months, politics has grown more divisive, leading to a rise in politically motivated threats and violence. Would you support legislation to make political violence a hate crime? And as governor, what would you do to keep political tensions from...
I don't want universal health care. Why isn't political violence already considered a hate crime or just a major crime in New Jersey? I'm sorry. Does that make sense to you guys? Because that doesn't make sense to me. Why isn't it already a crime? I mean, I'm sure it is a crime, but why isn't it under like the hate crime category? I also hate that term, but it exists, so why isn't it under that category? That's odd to me, but okay. Let's continue.
Escalating.
So this is something I think about all the time. And everyone in elected office now faces this threat to themselves, but worse, to their families. And so we're all very concerned about it, which is why we advocated to the state to make sure not only myself, but Jack had more money to support his personal security and my family's security as well. It's why we continue to work to fight against political hatred. And so we need to do more, because in this nation, we should be able to have free speech. I vowed to defend and fight for free speech my entire life, but it should never devolve into political violence. That is something I've also stood against my entire life. And I worry very much because now too many people are thinking to themselves, I'm not sure if I should go into political office. I'm not sure if I should run because I don't want to imperil my family. And that's why I continue to fight hard to protect people running,
She's out of
to
time.
make sure we have free speech in this nation, and we always stand against political violence.
Jack Ciattarelli.
I think it's the responsibility of any public official and candidate for office to engage in rhetoric that doesn't divide us. My campaign has been about uniting us, not dividing us. I do think we need to take down the temperature a whole lot. So I support. The question was whether or not I support, because a bill was recently introduced in the legislature by one of our Republican state senators, whether or not to make political violence a hate crime and put some real legal teeth behind it. I don't think she answered the question. The answer to the question is yes. I believe that we should do that here in New Jersey. And again, I think we all have a responsibility to engage in rhetoric that doesn't divide us, and doesn't promote hate. And this campaign from the very beginning.
He's right. She didn't outright answer the question. That's not a good look.
Has had a very positive energy about it. It's a campaign that's about uniting, not dividing. It's a campaign that's about bringing people together, not dividing us.
Ooh, I like that idea. That's a good idea.
Not power or politics. And so my opponent on Friday went down to Washington, voted yes on a resolution to celebrate Charlie Kirk's life. But then within minutes, sent out a statement that basically condemned him. I think that was wrong.
You can have 30 seconds to respond.
That's a neat trick to say you don't want to divide people, and then in your answer, bring up something that's very divisive. Here's the thing. I care deeply about this country. I stand against political violence.
Okay. Before we listen to this any further, I have the quote right here. I have the quote right here. New Jersey Democratic gubernatorial candidate Mickey Sherrill voted in a resolution in the House of Representatives condemning the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, while sharply criticizing Kirk's views as racist and misogynistic. Charlie Kirk was advocating for a Christian nationalist government and to roll back the rights of women and black people. This flies in the face of every value I hold dear and that I fight for, Sherrill, a North Jersey congresswoman, said in a statement, but the Constitution protects free speech, even those I vehemently oppose. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has continued to define his hypocrisy at every turn, she said. On one hand, he denounced Kirk's politically motivated killings, while on the other hand, he is still instigating a witch hunt worthy of Joseph McCarthy to shut down the free speech rights of anyone who disagrees with Kirk's racist anti-American views. Kirk, the founder of Turning Point USA, was shot and killed earlier this month at a speaking event in Utah. His death has sparked national debate over political violence and free expression. The controversy has also reached New Jersey, where some teachers have faced backlash for social media posts critical of Kirk, some of whom have cited safety concerns after doing so. On one hand, you vote for condemning it. On the other hand, you say the very thing that started it. I don't understand why they don't correlate the fact that calling someone a racist and a Nazi and all that evil stuff correlates to the radicalization of the left and the fact that now the left are calling for the death of thousands of conservatives. The fact that they don't see that correlation is very concerning to me. Very. In fact, Kirk's shooter said the reason why he shot him is because he believed that Kirk was a Nazi. He was not bad. They took a quote of his out of context to use it against him politically. They took several quotes of his out of context to bash him, to make him seem bad. He wasn't bad. Combined here in the United States, the Democrats call anyone who doesn't agree with them racist. That's how they think. That's their number one attack. Anyone who doesn't agree with them is immediately racist, misogynistic, and a Nazi. Let's look at Jack's response. Cheryl's Republican opponent in the governor's race, Jack Ciattarelli, condemned her remarks. Basically, Mickey Cheryl's hypocrisy knows no bounds, he wrote on X, formerly Twitter, after voting yes on a resolution honoring Kirk's life and condemning his violent death. Mickey reversed course and sided with extremists in her own party by attacking a fellow American, a son, a husband, and a father who was assassinated for speaking his mind. It's inexcusable and disqualifying, Ciattarelli added. Yeah, he took those out of context. I know, right? I'm glad that we could have educated you on this. Now, don't get me wrong, there are those in the Republican Party who are also just as bad. Candace Owens. But, yeah, it's not nearly to the same extent. So now, with the context of her quote, let's see what she has to say.
Videos that came out about after Charlie Kirk shooting were horrific. And I feel horrible because my kids have seen them, and so I can't even imagine how the Kirk family feels. And that should never happen to anyone because they speak out. And I also have stood up my entire life, and I've taken numerous oaths, up to and including offering to die for this country for free speech.
Time.
And so I think
10
it's
seconds.
fair to have free speech.
The election isn't until November, Combine. This is just a debate that happened yesterday. I normally don't stream on Sunday, so I'm reacting to it now. Well, actually, most elections are in November. White bread. But so far, Ciattarelli is on good track overall from what I saw last night, and I only saw like the end of it last night, but what I saw, like the reaction polling and stuff, and other that, Jack seems on track to win. Barely. Yeah, here we have debates. They're entertaining. Especially when Trump is on stage.
But I think it should go to everyone, to Jimmy Kimmel and to myself as well.
Final word, Jack Ciattarelli, 15 seconds. Ask the audience to please remain quiet. 15 seconds for you.
She still hasn't answered your question, and we see this time and time in the campaign. Generalities, platitudes, ducking the direct question by not giving a direct answer.
That's just not true. My direct answer is, I voted to protect free speech. I voted to end political violence. I also think it's fair, Jack, to speak up.
Why is she
when you
talking
disagree
when
with
the,
something. And so if you want to stand up that Martin Luther King was
Hold
a
up.
bad guy, or that women should...
Hold up. The clock isn't running. Why is she talking? She shouldn't be talking. It's wasting our time.
submit to their husbands, you, Jack, are welcome to do that. And I have the right to say that I disagree with it.
Okay. We're gonna move on now. We're gonna move on to our audience.
She still didn't answer
Our
the
next
question.
We have a lot of questions to get to, is from Elicitia. She is a student at Rider University from Brick, and that will go to Jack Chitterelli.
So New Jersey has one of the highest property taxes and cost of living in the nation. What steps would you take to make the state more affordable for working class and middle class families?
Now, thank you for that question very, very much. So we know there's affordability in the crisis. We know that our state budget, it took 238 years to get to $36 billion, and in 8 years it's gone from 36 to 59 billion. And yet none of that investment has been made to make life more affordable. In fact, it's only become more unaffordable here in the state of New Jersey. So there's a number of very specific proposals in my platform. We talked about a few already, making all retirement income tax free for our seniors because they worry about living out their lives in a home, freezing property taxes once you hit age 70 for life, allowing seniors to deduct 100% of their property taxes on the New Jersey tax return, capping property taxes at 1% of the assessed value of your home if you're a first-time home buyer, making the first 2 years out.
I've ranted about this on my second channel, which I've abandoned, but property taxes are a scam. I'm just going to say it. They're a scam. And while I have this paused, I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be right back. Just a little bit longer. I'm going to go make myself a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What's going on in chat? Yeah. The military is not allowed to associate with any political party. The military members can have their political views, but it's not allowed to affect their military judgment. Anyway, let's continue. My grandma makes the best dinner rolls, and my mom made this guava jelly. Oh my gosh, they're so good together.
Out of high school, the first 2 years out of college, tax-free, so you help get started here. These are just some of the things that we can do to make Jersey more affordable for everybody. And so, but what you'll also see is somebody that's going to be very responsible about the way we spend our money. I will very responsibly and surgically reduce the size and cost of our state government to afford a tax cut for individuals and businesses.
Thank you. I've been laser focused on driving down costs for New Jerseyans. Jack, on the other hand, has voted at every single level of government to raise your taxes. In fact, he's voted against over $1 billion in property tax relief, and he supported Trump in implementing over $30 billion against property tax relief. So in every way, he's raised costs on New Jerseyans. That's why I'm going to get into office and make sure I'm lowering them, by sharing services and school administrative costs and municipal courts, and continuing to hammer home the way in which we can support seniors with Anchor and Stay New Jersey so that they aren't here susceptible to the constant increases in property taxes. I'll continue to lower your costs, and Jack's going to raise them at every level.
30 seconds, Jack Chitterell.
So a couple of things about the Anchor and Stay New Jersey program. I don't think somebody making $500,000 a year should get a property tax rebate in this state. Now, that to me is not right. I think we should use the money to spread out. But let me say something else. I think it's insulting here in New Jersey when we take money out of your right-hand pocket, put some back in your left-hand pocket, and call it a fancy name. But one other thing about the affordability crisis, remember one thing that she'll never remind you of. The Democrats have controlled our state legislature for 25 years. The Democrats have controlled the executive branch, the governorship, for 8 years, and look where we are today.
All right, we're going to go back to the audience. Our next question is coming from Frederick. Frederick is a professor here at Rider University, and he is from Hamilton. Frederick's question is going to go to Mikey Sherrill.
How would you reduce the New Jersey tax burden on senior citizens?
Thank you. This is something that, as you just heard, Jack is against, but I am for reducing the property tax burden on our seniors because it's too expensive to stay here, watch your grandchildren grow, live on a fixed income when you constantly see your taxes going up. It's why I've been supportive of Stay and Anchor, to make sure that our seniors can afford to stay here in retirement and stay with their families as opposed to moving out of our state.
Jack Chitterell.
This is starting to sound like a number of her commercials on TV. They're not completely truthful. So a couple of things. To be specific, make all retirement income tax free the way it is in Pennsylvania, number one. Freeze your property taxes for life once you hit age 70. Allow seniors to deduct 100% of their property taxes on their New Jersey tax return. Those are just some of the things that we can do across the state here in New Jersey. So you're not hearing any specifics. And again, the Anchor program, Stay New Jersey, they're in part gimmick. Why do we take money out of your right-hand pocket, put some back in your left-hand pocket, and then give it a fancy name? That's what the Democrats have been doing for years. I prefer not to take out of your pocket to begin with. And let me go as far as to say we need to simplify our income tax rates for everybody. Pennsylvania has a 3% flat tax. Ours is 10.75. I'm proposing 3 new tax brackets. 3%, 4%, and 5%. We need to be regionally competitive. We're losing people to Florida. We're losing people to Pennsylvania. We've got to stop it.
You can have 30 seconds.
So talk about vague programs and talk about misleading statements. Here's Jack's proposal to raise costs on everything and food and clothing on the table. This is what he's talking about that he won't tell you. 10% increases on groceries in our state. This is exactly what he has continued to bring up since 2017. And then when he's called on it, he says, oh, I just said we should put it on the table. We know it's on the table, Jack. We want it off the table.
Final word, Jack, to our next question then.
So if any of you think I'm going to raise your sales tax to 10%, I got a bridge I want to sell you for about 50 cents. She knows it's a lie. They're trying to exploit you. They're trying to manipulate you. She knows she's in trouble in this campaign, so this campaign is going to lie to you over and over again. Fasten your seatbelts for the next 44 days, because that's exactly what's going to happen. So we're going to lower the overall tax burden for all New Jerseyans. You've heard me give you specifics. For every class, we can do this if we're responsible with our spending, and I will cut the size and cost of the state government to afford a tax cut for everybody. Under Governor Cettarelli, everybody's tax burden will be lessened, not increased.
Our next question, we're going back to the audience.
Yeah.
We're going to Michael.
Here in Florida, DeSantis, while he supported Israel at first, he never went. Unlike a couple other governors.
Michael is an alum of Rider University and from Lawrenceville. Michael, your question is going to Jack Ciattarelli.
The back and forth blame on electricity rates has grown a little tiresome, and frankly, I would like to hear a little more specifics, because we all know that there are many factors that contribute to our rate increases. So without blaming each other, what specifically you're going to do to tackle things like the grid operator, state mandates, and other impacts that rise our costs?
So, Michael, I don't think it's blame when you're giving facts, and here are the facts. When Phil Murphy took office, we were an electricity exporter. We produced more electricity than we needed. He shut down 6 different electricity generation plants. He put an unofficial moratorium on natural gas. He didn't expand our nuclear capabilities in South Jersey, 0 carbon emissions. He didn't accelerate solar. Talk to solar developers who want to use the rooftops of warehouses, which is prime real estate for solar arrays. Didn't accelerate that. What he did do is he bet it all on wind. Now, if he was from New Jersey, and anybody who's from New Jersey would know that the Jersey Shore is sacrosanct here in this state. Nobody wants wind farms off our Jersey Shore. Male, female, young and old, Republican, liberal, conservative, liberal, for different reasons. What I've said all along is I'll reopen and repurpose the plants. We'll expand our nuclear footprint in South Jersey. We will accelerate solar on the rooftops of our warehouses, and we're pulling out of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. That carbon tax initiative has been a failure. Air's no cleaner, electricity's only more expensive, and we're not sending ratepayer dollars to other states. By pulling out of Reggie, we can save $500 million a year for ratepayers.
Really? What's the most accurate poll? I'll see if I can pull it up. I'm curious now. Do you have the name? Just curious. Oh, so hi, Rachel. Welcome. While you type that, I'm going to go back to the debate.
Mike Cheryl.
Thanks for the question. You know, anybody from New Jersey should know that this has been a long time in coming, and that too many people have added to the problem. So whether it's PJM, the grid operator, or FERC, or BPU, whether it's President Trump rolling back some of the initiatives on solar or adding $250 per family to your energy bill, everybody at the table is at fault, and they keep dumping the costs onto the ratepayer here in New Jersey. That is why I'm freezing rate hikes on the ratepayer. Because let's face it, some of our utility companies have made over $1 billion in profits. And yet our ratepayers are constantly suffering. So I'm going to freeze those rate hikes by declaring a state of emergency. I'm going to add massive amounts of power into the grid. Right now, we need to produce power here in our state because the market has been screwed up by PJM, and because Virginia has 1 million data centers which are sucking all the power out of our market. So we need to produce here, lower cost here, and stop.
Depending on how long the debate is and what time it is, I will start a new stream and then I'll play Wolfenstein. If it ends a little later than I expect, then I will be calling it a night. national research, and that was the most accurate one in 2021. Yeah, my plan is to, depending on what time it is, combine. Yeah. Really? I did not know that. I don't think I've ever heard of it. I'll look it up after the debate.
Putting the cost on the ratepayers of New Jersey.
Okay.
Laura,
question.
is a rebuttal allowed? We get 15 seconds each?
There wasn't an attack. So we're going to go on to our next question. And our next question is Martha. Our next question from Martha. She is a writer, a professor,
What's up, Red
writer
Side?
from Old Bridge.
How do you plan to lower rent in New Jersey?
And I'm sorry, that goes to Mikey Sherrill.
So this is the number one thing I hear from people across the state. When we're talking about affordability, people are saying that they're having too much trouble paying their mortgages, too much trouble paying their rent prices. And we know there are people colluding now in this state to raise rental prices. And we know Jack's not going to do anything about it because one of his biggest donors is actually being taken to court and sued on this very issue. But as governor, I'm going to fight for you. I'm going to make sure we're driving down rental prices, ending the collusion that goes on to drive them up, and continuing to bring more to the market so that people will have better rental prices here across the state.
Jack.
So you asked a very specific question. Let me give you a specific answer. The reason why rents are going up is because property taxes are going up. The reason why rents are going up is because insurances are going up across the board. The reason why rents are going up is because in many cases, if the tenant doesn't pay electricity, the landlord does, and that's going up. These are all the reasons. And I know oftentimes we talk about homeowners, but we forget that tenants feel the pain too. Every time any one of those expenses goes up, it gets passed on to the tenant. I have a very specific plan on how to lower property taxes. We need a new school funding formula. A more equitable distribution of state aid to our schools will help lower the property tax. From an insurance standpoint, we're such a bad bad state in which to do business, businesses have left. We need more competition. We need more insurance companies to come back here. And under my plan, by pulling out of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, we could save $500 million in electricity on day one, whether you pay that or the landlord pays that. The Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative has been a failure. My opponent supports offshore wind. It's never going to be able to meet our energy needs, and it's very, very expensive.
Okay, we're going back over here. Our next question is coming from Joseph. Joseph is a student at Rider University. Joseph, we are going to bring the microphone over. And he's a student from Rider, from Long Valley, and this question is going to Jack Chitterelli.
Should people in my generation and younger have an expectation of privacy in their lives? I mean, we're living in an age of social media and location tracking for who knows what, from people who knows where. So should we have the same expectation of privacy that you and your opponent did when you were growing up?
Yes.
We're going to take that time and go to Mikey Sherrill.
Hey, listen, man, I'm all ears as to enhance. It's a constitutional right to privacy. And so I hear you loud and clear. We live in an age between the internet and everything else where people put all kinds of things on the internet that kind of invade our privacy. So whatever we can do to make sure people's right to privacy is enhanced and protected, I'm all ears on how best to do that.
So, Joseph, what year are you, if I can ask? A senior. Okay, so you went through COVID during school, like my kids did. And that's probably when you started to get online more and more because your classes were online and so much of your life was online. And that's when we sort of stopped really moving forward on how we protect kids online, for example. It's why I am going to put forward the Kids Online Safety Act, which was killed by the majority in the House, but I am going to make sure we're passing it here in the state so that kids can have...
Oh, no. She did not just say that. She did not just say that. That act, okay, The reason why it was opposed was because the whole online safety thing wasn't online safety. It was give us your license. Give private companies your license, your emails, your social security, your everything, basically stealing your information and spying on you. It was not an online safety act. That's why that name is extremely disingenuous. I can't believe she just said that. Anyone who knows anything about that bill should know that that bill is extremely dangerous for kids.
Have better understanding of how to work online, and we can keep them safe. There's a mental health crisis in our state. We need to address it. I'm going to have more mental health counselors so that we can all work together to ensure people have that expectation of privacy, because we have more coming. We've never appropriately addressed something called Section 230, which holds providers liable. And we now are looking at AI down the road and how that's going to bring a whole extra set of issues. So starting with the Kids Online Safety Act, I am going to work to make sure kids like you do have an expectation of privacy.
Thank you. Okay, our
Laura,
next question.
is there an opportunity for further discussion on this issue?
15 seconds.
Well, if we're very, very concerned about the welfare of our children, I do not support policy 5756. I don't think that school districts should be keeping secrets from parents, okay? That's not protecting kids. And if we're concerned about protecting kids, I don't think that biological boys should be playing in girls' sports. She opposes me on both of those issues.
Did you want time to respond? Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm a mom of 4 kids. And as I mentioned to Joseph, our kids have gone through COVID. There are mental health issues related to that. We have learning loss because of it. Our kids are struggling. And that's why as parents, it's our job to make sure we're keeping our kids safe at every level. As a mom, I'm going to make sure we do that. Obviously, parents know their kids best, and they need to be able to determine if there's something they want to opt out of in health class.
Wait. Time.
Thank you.
Time. Okay. Our next question is coming from Nancy. And I've been told, I'm given permission to say that, Nancy, you are 96 years old. 96 years old. And
She got gumption.
And from Skillman, New Jersey. Nancy, your question, and that goes to Mikey Sherrill.
There might be other ways to describe me. We all know that public education
World War
is
II
a vital
generation.
part of what makes New Jersey strong. And so my question to both of you is, should school districts be combined to reduce property taxes? How about municipalities? If so, should mergers be compulsory, given the fact they almost never happen voluntarily?
Thank you very much. So this is something that I know we have to do here in New Jersey, because right now we have more municipalities than California, and we have more school districts than municipalities. And it's raising costs on everybody. We have some school districts who have the whole administrative cost, all of the buildings, and yet they're not even running a K through 12 school system. So we do need to merge some of these school districts. We also need to make some county-based school systems. The ones that we have are some of the best performers in our state. And this is a way in which I think we can ensure we're getting great education to people while driving down property taxes, especially in those areas where we're not running a full K through 12 system. Thank you.
564 towns. We are a home rule state, and people love their home rule, even though it might cost more in taxes. I do not believe their state government should force consolidation. That's up to the locals. But I tell you what, if you do consolidate or you do regionalize, Governor Cettarelli will help incentivize that to make it easier. So if you all make that decision at the local level, we're going to provide incentives. When I was in the state legislature, Princeton Borough and Princeton Township decided to become one. I worked with the administration at the time to provide 100% of the one-time upfront costs to make that more feasible. To fix public education, ma'am, what we have to do, I think, is get back to the basics. Let's get a high-quality education system here in New Jersey. You're never going to hear me say we have the best school system in the country, because we don't. We've slipped from 2 to 12 on the national report card. We've got to get back to basics in teaching critical life skills and providing vocational training opportunities for our students with a more rigorous academic curriculum for our students. We need to get back there.
So, Mikey, Cheryl, let me just ask a follow-up for clarification. Should there be compulsory consolidation?
So I'd start by offering the carrot to help the areas that want to consolidate. But when there are areas that are not putting enough money into
Boba Fett's playing with you, Combine. If I remember correctly, she's at her home with her husband, still trading stocks as always. Yeah. Yeah. She is still in Congress though. She is still in Congress, but she is retiring at the end of her term. But I assume she's just gonna go home and live out her life.
to students, into educators, into the buildings, and then they are taking a lot of money in property taxes and from the state level, then we'll have to start to look at compulsory movements.
Laura, do I get another 15 seconds?
Go ahead.
So let me say something else. When a school system is failing, and there's some reasonable metrics that tell us whether or not a school system is failing, there's got to be choice. That choice comes in the form of vouchers. That choice comes in the form of charter schools. My opponent opposes both. There's got to be choice when a school system is failing.
Final thought.
That's some more misinformation from my opponent. I've actually worked hard on charter schools. In fact, my
I was not expecting you to say 500. Oh my gosh, I was not expecting that. That was good. Thank you. Thank you for that. I needed that.
Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Dale Caldwell, has been involved with charter schools, some high-performing charter schools, because I want to make sure that every child in this state has access to a fantastic education.
Here are the facts of the matter. Phil Murphy's been in office for 8 years, and he's only approved one charter school, and it was 2 weeks before the election in 2021 for political reasons. Okay? The Democratic nominee is owned by the NJEA union leadership, and they hate charter schools.
Okay.
And educational choice.
Okay, we're moving on. Moving on to our next question. Our next question is coming from Olivia from Blackwood, and our question goes to Jack Chittarelli.
How will you address global warming's disproportionate effects on New Jersey's urban communities of color?
Global warming? Yeah, well, global warming, I've admitted, I do think Mother Earth is sending us some powerful signals. I think human activity has a lot to do with that. But we need a rational transition to the future with regard to our energy. And I think that natural gas is a rational transition to the future, as is nuclear energy down in South Jersey, as is solar. We need an all-of-the-above approach. It's not just in our urban areas where the climate change is affecting us. The flooding that you see taking place in our suburban communities has a lot to do with the changes in the climate, and it's adversely affecting the quality of life in many suburban communities that never used to flood before. But make no mistake, that flooding has a lot to do not just with the type of rain we get today, it has to do with overdevelopment. This is a big difference between the two parties. My opponent believes that we should have high-density housing in all 564 towns. I don't believe that. We should only have affordable housing, high-density housing in a town that has infrastructure, mass transit, and opportunities for jobs. If a town doesn't have infrastructure, mass transit, or opportunity for jobs, why are we putting more idling cars on the road?
So that is a great question. I sat in my first term in Congress on science, space, and technology, and I was the chairwoman of the Environment Subcommittee. And that, as you might remember, was the year we had the heat dome over Oregon, which put so many different people in danger as they weren't ready to handle it. We've seen flash flooding here in New Jersey, killing several people throughout the state. We've seen tornadoes and hurricanes like we've never seen before. Our climate is changing, and we need to act, because in too many of our urban areas, we are seeing high incidences of asthma, for example. So we know that we need to act quickly to protect our environment, but to also ensure that we have better health outcomes in this state.
Sock. So, good news about that point. It might still be in the chat. I don't know. It might have been deleted just with how much traffic there is. But Rachel, one of my other viewers, came in and said that the most accurate poll in the 2021 New Jersey governor race Jack is up by 1. I'm going to be pulling it up after the debate just to check her source. I trust her, but I want to be safe, so... But that's what she said, and that is a good sign. If the most accurate pollster has him up by 1, that is a good sign.
And that's why, as governor, I'm going to make sure that we drive down carbon emissions, drive in massive amounts of power to the grid so we can decrease costs and ensure people are paying lower costs. Thank you.
Laura, can we have 15 each?
15 seconds, and then our next question.
Let me just say this. The way that the Democrats are doing high-density housing in this state flies in the face of sustainability. They like to portray themselves as the pro-environment party, but there's nothing pro-environment about building high-density housing in every one of our 564 towns.
Final thought.
So I'm really proud of my record here. I was actually a lead person passing the Great American Outdoors Act, which preserves open space across this country and right here in New Jersey. I also have worked on projects and gotten money for the Boonton Reservoir, the Essex-Hudson Greenway, ensuring that we're preserving open spaces while at the same time delivering on housing for people and ensuring that we are lowering carbon emissions in neighborhoods in urban areas.
Okay, we have one more question from our studio audience before we're going to go to a commercial break, and that question is coming from John. John is a high school student from Edison, New Jersey, and John's question is going to be going to Mikey Sherrill.
Congresswoman, as was said, I'm a high school student who commutes to New York City every single day for that high school. My question to you is, what is your plan to fix New Jersey Transit's systemic issues of overcrowding, delays, and outdated infrastructure?
Thank you so much. This is something I hear about a lot from my husband, Jason, who's in the audience tonight. He commutes into New York City all the time, and he's quit coaching our kids' soccer teams. He doesn't make it home for dinner. He often gives me frantic calls about whether or not I can drive our kids that night because he's not going to make it home in time. And so that's why I've been laser focused. In fact, in my first term, as Trump held Infrastructure Week every week and yet failed to fund the Gateway Tunnel project, I was called the tunnel-obsessed Congresswoman, and I'm proud to say we delivered on that, on the most expensive infrastructure project in the nation, which is key to commuters here. And then when we were seeing summer of hell after summer of hell because the catenary wires were in the way, I demanded Amtrak keep up their rail system better because we utilize it in NJ Transit.
Still
and got
pushing
$300
BS.
million into Northeast Rail for catenary wires.
I don't
Now I'm
care
on the Port
about your
Authority because they're
experience.
not
What are you going to
handling
do to fix
the
it?
wires underneath the tunnel well, and we're seeing fire after fire after fire. So I am going to continue to focus on our rail systems, on systems of transit across this state, and make sure that we see updates and see better movement across our state. Thank you.
That's good and all, but what legislation are you going to pass? I'm glad you're going to focus on it, but what are you actually going to do to fix it? That was the question. What are you going to do to fix it? She starts talking about her experience in Congress. Again, no one cares. You're not running for Congress. You're running for the governor. There's a difference.
Sir, when I'm successful in transforming New Jersey, the hope would be that no one has to go out of state to get anything other than see a Broadway play. What I want to do here in New Jersey is something other states have done. We've got mass transit systems. It's not just trains. The Atlantic City Expressway is a mass transit system with tolls. Parkway and Turnpike are mass transit systems with tolls. New Jersey Transit is a transit system with revenue through fares. Let's put them all under one roof called the Garden State Transportation Authority. Let's get rid of all these different authorities with all these different management structures. Let's put all under one roof, better management, better accountability, one management structure, and we'll give it a dedicated revenue stream called the New Jersey State Budget. Okay, that's where we'll provide the funding. I think that'll be a much better job of managing our mass transit systems. But let me also say this with regard to mass transit. We need to reevaluate every single train line and every single bus line to make sure there's adequate ridership to justify that route, so we can dedicate all the resources we have to the most traveled routes.
Thank you both. We are going to take a quick commercial break. We want you to stay with us as we continue our New Jersey gubernatorial debate between Mikey Sherrill and Jack Ciattarelli. Stay with us.
Just gonna go and skip it because it's like 10 minutes long.
O'Toole Scrivo, one of the fastest growing.
I'm Laura Jones, and welcome back to the Alumni Gymnasium on the campus of Rider University in Lawrenceville. We're going to get right back to our debate between Jack Ciattarelli and Mikey Sherrill. Going to our panel now, and Sophie, you have a question that goes to Jack Ciattarelli first.
Since 2018, New Jersey has been embroiled in a lawsuit arguing more needs to be done to improve the state's segregated school districts, a problem rooted in long-standing housing discrimination and the number of small districts. Would you continue fighting this in court, and what do you think New Jersey can do to achieve less segregated schools?
We do have the most segregated schools, but I wonder if we would be having this discussion if the performance of schools with predominantly black student populations were outperforming schools with predominantly white populations. We need to get back on day one to improving all of our schools, and I intend to do that with a high-impact curriculum. New Jersey recently slipped from 2 to 12 on the national report cards. Most of that's because we haven't made up for all the learning loss following the pandemic when Phil Murphy and the Democrats shut down our schools for 2 years. We opened up our nursing homes, but we closed down our schools. Louisiana and Mississippi have moved significantly. Louisiana from 48 to 32 with a high-impact curriculum. What is that exactly? If your child is behind grade level in any of the critical life skills like reading, writing, and math, that child will spend the next market period and the one thereafter doing nothing other than reading, writing, math to get them on grade level. The data is clear. I'm a data-driven guy as an MBA CPA. If the child is not on grade level for reading, writing, math by the end of 8th grade, more than likely they will be underemployed their entire life. So while that lawsuit proceeds, let's fix the schools on day one with a high-impact curriculum.
So I spoke before about county-based school systems because that can help address the segregation that we have going on in the state. It's also the way we have some of our best performing high schools, but we need to do more. We need high-intensity tutoring because we know there's learning loss, and that's a special kind of tutoring that I've supported here in the state to make sure students get back on track. We also need to address third grade reading and make sure we're pushing in phonics-based reading. We know that's the best way to help children read, and it's a reversal of the way reading has been taught lately. And we know third grade is that critical inflection point, because if you're not reading at grade level by third grade, you're not going to be able to move on very well to your math and social studies and history work if you can't read your homework. So in these ways, we can really push in as a state, get better outcomes, and address the segregation that we have going on here.
Could you clarify if you're going to, with the lawsuit, clarify, could you clarify if you're going to continue to pursue the lawsuit?
I don't think it's the governor that's pursuing the lawsuit. The entity that's pursuing the lawsuit, I'm not going to get in the way. What I'm going to do on day one is fix our educational system. It's not the executive branch that's pursuing that lawsuit.
They're fighting the lawsuit. The state is fighting the lawsuit.
Yeah, we're not going to do that if they let the lawsuit proceed. But I'll tell you what, I was in Newark this morning at a house of worship that has the largest black congregation in the state. And you know what they said to me? Fix our school system. Fix our school system. So there's a number of metrics that tell us if a school system is failing: attendance rate, graduation rate, performance on standardized tests, readiness for career if you're not going to high school, going to college. If a school system is failing in 2, 3, or 4 out of 4 of those categories, that district, that community needs choice. I'm going to give them choice. My opponent is not going to give them choice.
Mikey Sherrill, but 30 seconds for that. 30 seconds.
I think what you just heard is a very clear difference. I care deeply about our school system, and I'm going to make sure it performs better. I'm going to make sure that we're educating children for the future, especially with AI coming. But I'm also going to attack the segregation that we have going on in the state. My opponent doesn't care about that. He just wants to talk about the schools, but has not come forward with any solution for the segregation. I care about both. That's what I'm going to do as governor.
One final word.
Before he answers, I'm going to be stating my opinion on the segregation. It's not the state that is enforcing the segregation, it's the communities themselves. The black community often congregates together. The white community often congregates together. There's nothing stopping a black child from going to a white school. There's nothing stopping a white child going to a black school. There is nothing stopping that. At all. They don't have segregation. They have black schools and white schools. They don't have segregation. They have communities that have schools that just so happen to be predominantly of that community. The whole segregation thing is stupid. It's not segregation. There's nothing stopping those kids from going to each other's schools. There's nothing. Nothing whatsoever. The state isn't getting in the way at all. So I don't know what she plans on doing to fix that, but to be honest, she can't do much. But what she can do is fix the schools, like Jack is trying to do. She can fix the school. But again, she isn't focusing on fixing the school. She's focusing on a non-issue. On an issue that she can't control, that she can't fix. The segregation has nothing to do with it. The segregation has nothing to do with the poor test rate. The segregation has absolutely nothing to do with it. The main reason the test rate is bad is because the curriculum is bad, and Jack is pointing that out. So her argument is flawed.
We could integrate the Newark school system tomorrow, and it's not going to improve student performance. We need to change the curriculum.
Final thought, Mikey Sherrill, before next
I think
question.
you heard again that he has no intention of addressing the segregation in this state.
We're going to move on next to Mike Arrestman.
Again, the segregation is a non-issue. It's not in the state law to segregate the schools. It's the communities themselves segregating the schools. Legally, she can't do a thing. Unless she wants to forcibly make people move. She legally cannot do a thing to fix that. That is up to the people who live there. So, she's talking about something that isn't an issue, while Jack is. That's pretty much what she's done this entire debate. So, to answer your question, Sock, I think Jack has won. He has answered the questions, he has given good answers to the questions, and he has stayed on topic. She starts off with her experiences in Congress, which, as myself, I don't care at all. Who knows? A couple of voters might care about that. I don't. It's a completely different job. It's a state job. It's not a federal job. Completely different. And so, with that said, the fact that she keeps focusing on that, in my opinion, shows she doesn't have policies. She doesn't have a way to fix it. She doesn't. Because if she did, she'd be talking about it. Or who knows, maybe she has a way to fix it, but maybe it's an unpopular way to fix it, and therefore she's not talking about it because she knows it's bad. I don't know. It could be either of those. But the fact that she isn't being specific on what she wants to do is honestly concerning. It's Mickey. Mickey Cheryl. It's not Mike. I think Boba's just misspelled it a couple times, but that's fine. Her name is Mickey, which is a name that could be both male and female. If it was male, it'd be pronounced Mikey, and if it's female, it's pronounced Mickey. She's Mickey Surreal. So, yeah, Mickey Mouse.
Musson, and that question goes to Mikey Sherrill.
A child died of measles in the United States last week, and we have counties in New Jersey like Ocean where the vaccination rates have now fallen below what's required to maintain herd immunity. Should New Jersey parents be worried?
Yes. New Jersey parents should be very worried. We just had back to school, so many of the parents know there's a lot going around. Imagine if it was polio right now. We have, I think, over 10 cases of measles so far this year in New Jersey. We are the most densely populated state in the nation. If we are not going to ensure proper vaccinations for our kids, vaccines that have been going on over 50 years and have all but eradicated things like measles, mumps, rubella, and polio, now we have babies dying of pertussis or whooping cough because people aren't getting their vaccines. These are eminently curable diseases, and we are allowing children to get sick and, yes, die because we are not appropriately following medical research, vaccine protocol, and as governor of this state, I'm joining the Northeast group of governors that is going to ensure that we follow medical guidelines and keep our kids safe.
Okay. I'd bet $50 that those 10 people are in an illegal immigrant community. The places where measles happens in the United States is where are illegal immigrant camps. Because illegal immigrants come from countries where the measles vaccine does not exist. So guess what? They're all congregated together, they're all breathing the same air, and then next thing you know, they get measles. Is it dangerous for Americans? Yes, that's why I say I deport them. But it's not Americans getting measles, it's illegal immigrants. It's a dumb argument. If you look at where the outbreaks have been happening, it's almost exclusively. Now, there are exceptions. There are exceptions to everything. But it's almost exclusively in illegal immigrant camps. I do support vaccination, but the vaccine needs to be well made. I do not support the COVID vaccine. Scientifically, it has been proven to cause more biological damage to your body than it does fix anything. For men between the ages of 25 and 40, it causes heart problems. And that's why the year after the pandemic, there was a spike in heart attacks from that age group. Was because of the COVID vaccine. The COVID vaccine also has been proven to not do anything. The vaccine does not prevent you from getting COVID. That was a lie. In my opinion, vaccines shouldn't prevent you from getting the vaccine. Vaccines are meant to help you fight the virus. They're not meant to help protect you against it. And the fact that they said that, oh yeah, if you get the vaccine, you won't get COVID, that's against the whole point of a vaccine. The vaccine is not to protect you from getting it, to prevent you from getting it, sorry. The vaccine is to help you fight the virus. You're still going to get sick. You still have to get sick if you want to be immune to it. That's why most of the time when you get a flu shot, you get the flu. Because your body is weakened and therefore the virus comes in, and then the vaccine and your body strengthens up, works together, and takes out the flu. And then next thing you know, you're immune to the flu for the rest of the year. It's how it works biologically, and the fact that they lied about that extensively is why I don't support the COVID vaccine. And the fact that most vaccines take about 10 to 15 years to develop. The COVID vaccine took 8 months. I do not support that. If most other vaccines take 15 years to get good, why in the world would you push one out that's 8 months in development? It was dumb. It shouldn't have been allowed. I'd argue more people died because of the vaccine than were prevented. I got COVID once. Actually, I've gotten it twice. The first time was... It wasn't during the pandemic, it was after the pandemic, actually. And it was okay. But the second time, it was like the flu. It wasn't anything bad. Pretty much. That's why they pushed it. Vaccines. Combine lives in Pakistan. To answer your question, Boba. But that's my opinion on vaccines. They need to be properly made. I have no problem against vaccines. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm an anti-COVID vaxxer. The COVID vaccine scientifically has been proven to just be bad, and it weakens your immunity instead of strengthening it. It's a whole thing, and that's my opinion on it. It's not really an issue anymore, but when it was, that was my opinion. I got a lot of flack for it, but that was my opinion, and I was right in the end, so yeah.
The rise in things like measles, mumps, whooping cough, and the like are very, very concerning. And once we fall below the threshold for herd immunity, it's of great concern in the community. And so I support the vaccine schedule with regard to measles, mumps, rubella, whooping cough, polio, on down the line. We've got to get above the threshold for herd immunity to keep our communities safe. The obligation of any governor on day one after they take their oath of office is the public health and safety. And we'll do that under Governor Chattarelli. I just wish my opponent showed the same concern when it came to biological males participating in female sports. We should be protecting all students.
30 seconds. 30. Here, please do.
You know, it's really interesting. I've been hearing around the state. I've spoken to thousands and thousands of people. I've been to all 21 counties, and I keep hearing around the state, Jack Chattarelli will tell anybody whatever they want to hear. And I think we just saw that tonight. Because he hasn't actually stood up for vaccines. He hasn't stood against RFK. He hasn't mentioned anything about firing the head of the CDC. He doesn't mention anything about how Trump's appointee gets most of his medical information on TikTok and Reels. This is not somebody who's going to keep our kids healthy.
Jack Chattarelli.
The Congresswoman is right about one thing. I do get up and down this state. 564 towns, 21 counties, north, central, south, and Jersey Shore. I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see her tonight. I thought I might see a surrogate. So, if you want to talk about getting up and down the state, if you want this job, interview for the job, get up and down the state.
As I mentioned, I've been all up and down the state speaking to thousands of people. And once again, what he doesn't want to address is the fact that he will never stand up against Trump. He will let our costs continue to rise. He will let our kids get unsafe and unhealthy. He won't stand up. He said he's not taking this administration to court in any way, shape, or form. Well, they are driving a $5 billion hole in our budget, and the way...
Yeah, Combine, that's a thing. It's dumb. They should be disqualified for medical issues. But, whatever. I agree with you, Boba. If they want their own league, they can have their own league. I don't care. But they should not be in women's sports. They should not be in male sports. They are a danger to themselves and to those around them.
we claw that money back is by taking them to court.
We ask our audience to please be quiet. Jack Generally, you have the last word before our next question.
Well, listen, no Republican in this state's had a more independent streak than I have. I've called on national prominent Republicans to resign over their rhetoric. I called on Chris Christie to resign. I've always been independent. I'm going to stand up for the people of New Jersey every day of the week. Their party's been in control for 25 years, and they've had the executive branch for 8 years. But you don't hear her, you don't hear my opponent criticizing the current administration or the 25-year reign of the Democrats.
All right, I'm really regretting not bringing my bell tonight to ring on the audience. We love your enthusiasm, but we want to give our candidates as much time as possible, so we're going to move on. David Wildstein has the next question, and that is going to Jack Ciattarelli.
Thank you. Both of you have at some point in discussing the state's finances said that all options are on the table. So I want to ask you about an increase in the sales tax. Are you willing to commit to not raise the sales tax if you become governor? And obviously I'm looking for a yes or a no, but I know that sometimes I'm disappointed in getting just a one-word answer.
Whose turn is it first, Laura?
Jack Ciattarelli.
We are not raising the sales tax here in New Jersey. What we need to do is lower the income tax and the property tax here in New Jersey. Those are the most burdensome taxes we pay. Pennsylvania's flat tax is 3% on personal income. Our highest bracket is 10.75. Pennsylvania's property taxes on average are $3,000 less per home than ours. What is it that Pennsylvania is doing that we're not? They give Republicans control from time to time. I think that's what they do in Pennsylvania. Listen, it took us 238 years to get the $36 billion budget. In 8 years, we went from $36 billion to $59 billion. Can anybody tell me their life is better off than it was 8 years ago?
To answer your question, Combine, it's a mental health thing called gender dysphoria, where they don't think that they were born in the right body. I think it's dumb. Most people grow out of it. It mainly happens when you become a teenager and you go through puberty. It's when you start to go over your you go over your life trying to decide who you want to be, and then you make the irrational choice to change your gender, which is a very painful and dangerous surgery. And it also is a bunch of hormones and drugs and other things that change your biology and your bunch of other stuff, and it's very dangerous. Most I would say most grow out of it and live and learn to regret their decision. I cannot tell you how many I have met personally and have seen online who hate the fact that they did that when they were young. It makes it so they can't have kids, and they regret it. Yeah, it's a mental health. It's an official mental health issue that is sadly a thing. It's mostly because of peer pressure. Well, my friends are doing it, so I should do it too. That type of mentality. It's a sad thing that it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't. We should be giving these kids help. We should be trying to reassure them that you are in the right body. You're just a little confused because you're going through puberty. It's natural. By the time you are out of puberty, you'll have grown up and you'll be fine. Yeah, and the whole abortion thing, that's a whole other thing. Democrats think abortion is life, and that was one of their slogans, abortion is life, which is beyond sickening. Yeah. Combine, as good as that idea is, and as much as I support it, we are a free country, and it is allowed. People are allowed to live their lives however they want, as long as it's only affecting themselves. If it's affecting other people, then the government can do something, but until then, the government can't do a thing. I agree, Combine. I agree. It's not a good thing at all. Yeah, I have brought that up in debates. Under the Constitution, Combine, it is. They are allowed to live their lives however they want, as long as it does not affect others in a dangerous way. If they want to hurt themselves, they can go right ahead and do it. As long as it's not killing themselves. That's where we cross the line. But they are allowed to live their lives however they want, and as long as they're an adult. Okay, the law now is if they're a kid, they're not allowed to do that. Combine, I agree. I agree completely. It's wrong. Completely. But they have changed the law to make it so kids cannot transition, which is a good thing. The only people who can transition now are adults, which is good. I honestly don't care. Like, if you're an adult, go right ahead. I don't care. You do you. Not my problem. But if you're going to do it to your kids, then we're going to have a problem. And thankfully the law has been fixed and they are stopping that. But if a doctor tries to do that to a kid, or a parent tries to do that to their child, the child is taken away from them and the doctor loses his medical license. So that is good. That is a step in the right direction. But once they become adults, they can do whatever they want. It's American culture to be free, and yeah, it is a very good decision. Like I said, I don't care. If you're an adult, go ahead. Not my problem. I think it's a bad decision, but it's your choice. I don't care. But don't do it to your kids. And so thankfully they did change that and made it illegal. So that's good. But anyway, let's continue.
Has anything gotten better? I've been here for 64 years. 64 years. I never remember it being this bad. The affordability crisis, look at your property tax bill, look at your monthly electric bill. Public safety, public education, overdevelopment, and the worst place in the country to do business. That's why we are where we are today.
64 years, and for over half that time, he's been raising taxes on all of us. You know, I can see why your career as a CPA was so short-lived, because your math just doesn't add up, Jack.
There's still about half an hour left.
So that's why, as we look at a $5 billion hole that we're facing
Bye,
from
Combine.
the federal
See you around.
government, as we're working hard to make sure that we're paying into pensions, at least one of us, to make sure that people have the hard-earned dollars that they've earned over time, as we're working to make sure that we have the best public school system in the nation, I'm not going to commit to anything right now, because I'm not just going to tell you what you want to hear. Now, Jack raises sales tax all the time, and yet tonight he said this because, like we know, he'll tell you whatever you want to hear. Well, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to be fiscally responsible with your money. I'm going to drive down your cost at every level, and I'm going to make sure your kids have great opportunities here in the state of New Jersey.
So,
see you, Red Side. I would just like to point out, I pointed this out on Red Side stream in the chat. Right there, she just said she doesn't have a plan with more words. That's not good for a candidate to do. If a state's having issues, you tell them your plan. She literally said, I don't have a plan because I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. But if you don't tell us what we want to hear, how will we know to vote for you or not? Yeah, that was a massive blunder on her side.
in some of her ads, and again tonight, she's implying that I've been a career politician. Here's what she never tells you. I've term limited myself every single time. And at the municipal and county level, I didn't take the salary or the benefits. She never tells you those things. I call for term limits in my platform. And everywhere I've been, I have fought to save people taxes in this state, and I'll do it as your governor.
Sure thing, Red Side. I'll do it right now.
So I do like the revisionist history, because most people in New Jersey know that the reason Jack didn't run for re-election is because he knew he was going to lose. But nevertheless, it doesn't matter. Hey, we have kids in here. It doesn't matter, because I'm going to make sure that he doesn't get to serve again when I win for governor in November of this year.
There's another big difference between her public service and my public service. It actually cost me money the time I put in and took away from my company. In the 7 years that she's been in Congress, she's tripled her net worth. There's another big difference between the two of us, okay? She broke the law. She had to pay fines for violating federal law on stock trades and stock reporting, and the New York Times reports that while you're sitting on the House Armed Services Committee, you were trading defense stocks.
Jack knows.
Final word, Mikey Sherrill.
Jack knows, and all of you can confirm, that I don't trade individual stocks. He knows this because it's all public. And in fact, there have been articles written about how transparent and ethical I've been, going above and beyond the requirements in Congress. And I continue to do that. In fact, I've run the most transparent governor's race that we've seen in this state.
Now, I know we could probably continue with any of these topics all night long, but we're going to get back to our audience. Our next question comes from Tom from Princeton, and this question is going to Mikey Sherrill first.
New Jersey's combined pension and employee health care funding shortfalls exceed $100 billion, and the annual expense for these items consumes over 20% of New Jersey's annual budget. Yet the pension plans remain severely underfunded. How would you address these deficits? How would you improve pension security? And would you pursue any structural reforms?
Thanks. So, For decades, people have used fuzzy math. It's been a bipartisan thing for governors to not fully fund the pension. So now we're working to fully fund it, but we're paying $7 billion to do so. New York, which runs a far bigger pension system because they've managed that well, is only paying about $1.5 billion. So if we don't focus on funding this pension, we are mortgaging the future for our children. These are hard-earned benefits that people have paid into, but the state hasn't funded it appropriately. So we've got to stop taking pension holidays. We have to make sure we're working to drive down the cost there. We have to continue to ensure that we are driving up the state's credit rating as we're doing by making sure our pension is solvent. So in all of these ways, we can drive down costs for people while taking care of our teachers, our firefighters, our cops, the people in this state who serve us. We now need to make sure we're taking care of them.
Tom, the governor and the Democrats like to boast about the fact that they've made a full pension payment 5 years in a row. But while they were making a full pension payment, what they were doing is underfunding the state health care plan. And look what's happened today. It's on the verge of collapse, and employees that work for the state, school districts, municipalities, and counties that are in the state health plan, that includes teachers, are going home with less take-home pay, despite getting a 2, 3, 4% increase. It's all about priorities. We do not have a short-term liquidity problem when it comes to funding our post-retirement health care benefit or a pension. We've got a very long-term solvency problem. The priorities today are the ones that need our attention. And the priorities today for me are property taxes, income taxes, and making sure we get the state health care plan under control, because right now it's crushing the middle class that are in that plan. We've got to fund the state health care plan.
Okay, did you want...
What you didn't hear was that he was going to fund your pensions.
Final thought.
We are going to fund your pension. Anybody that's earned a pension is going to get their pension. But right now, you don't pay. If you're working right now, you don't pay your grocery or your rent or your mortgage with your pension if you're working right now. You don't pay your groceries with your pension. You pay it with your net pay. And our public workers are going home with significantly less pay right now because the state health care plan is under siege. It's about to collapse.
Okay, we're going to go back over to this side. Our next question is coming to... We need to move our camera out of the way for just a minute. Oh, little collision there. It's all good. O is from Lawrenceville, and she is a professor here at Rider University.
Okay.
And this goes to Jack Ciattarelli.
All right. Do you plan to add more AI guardrail laws? If yes, what would they be?
Very good. Thank you for that question. So, we talk an awful about AI as an economic development opportunity, but what you never hear the governor talk about are the things that concern the public: social manipulation, job loss. These are two very important considerations that we need to talk about as well. Now, I'm not a computer science expert. I'm not an AI expert, but I tell you what I will do. We're going to sit down with people in the arena, in that space, and talk about how we protect people from the social manipulation. And I also want to talk about the job loss that comes with AI. Those are the things that have people terribly insecure about this new technology. So I'm going to look to get our state government in the 21st century. We've got, in some departments, databases that are kept on Excel, and in Treasury, I have desktop systems that are on DOS. DOS. Now, there's a whole lot of college students here tonight that don't know what the hell DOS is, but I get the sense that you do, okay? This is a dysfunctional state government in so many different ways. So we need to leverage new technologies by AI, but we also need to know the dangers of AI, and as governor, I will.
Yes, I'm going to put guardrails around AI. We have a change coming, and we are not all prepared in the way we should be for it. It's why I'm going to implement the Kids Online Safety Act to make sure that our kids are safe. It's why I'm going to make sure that when we make some of these county-based schools, they're schools like occupational schools and STEM schools. So we're pushing into the jobs of the future because we know AI is going to have huge reverberations through the job market. I'm going to make sure that we are changing and addressing our technology here in this state. as we move into some of the AI fixes, but also the protections we need for privacy and for people's data. We've already had problems. I have had a family come to me with a deep fake where their daughter's head was put on some pornography in her high school. Imagine that as a teenager. So we need to do more to put guardrails around AI, to protect our kids, to ensure we're growing into the jobs of the future, and to ensure that we do better as a state. Thank you.
Our next question is coming from Mitchell from Byram. He is a student here at Rider University, and this question is going to Mikey Sherrill.
As someone who is a student teacher currently at Fisher Middle School in Ewing, I'm curious as to what you will do as governor to continue to invest in education in New Jersey, given the dismantling of the Federal Department of Education.
That's a great question, and first of all, thank you. I have a middle schooler, so you're doing the Lord's work, I have to tell you. And they don't always shower as much as they should, so thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, the dismantling of the Department of Ed is a huge issue. This is one of the ways in which we're seeing a huge hit come into our state budget. It's why I fought so hard to say that we're going to claw back that money. My attorney general is going to sue to claw back as much money from the federal government as we can. We pay $70 billion more into the federal government than we get back as a state. So if they're not going to run their programs, they just need to send that money back so we can run them. And this is a real difference between myself and my opponent, who says he doesn't disagree with anything Trump's doing and that he's never going to sue him.
So what matters most in a child's education is that teacher, that family, who I hope is supporting the teacher and making sure the student's doing everything when they get home. You know how difficult it is to teach if parents aren't fulfilling their responsibility, and of course that student. And the point I'm trying to make is the farther away you get from the classroom, the less impact I think any governmental institution has on what's taking place in the classroom and student learning. So I don't necessarily have a problem with the president. Just because they got rid of the Department of Education doesn't mean they got rid of federal funding. The funding is still coming. Okay? And I'll fulfill my obligation as governor to make sure that our schools are fully funded, but we need a new public school curriculum to get our kids back on track, and we need more vocational training opportunities. That's what matters most in the academic development of our students.
Do you want to respond?
I just want to make sure I correct some misunderstandings up here. Yeah, they did get rid of a lot of federal funding. They got rid of it at every level of education. They got rid of it for funding for our colleges and universities with Pell Grants and with research and development funds. They got rid of it when they limited the amount of money you can take on as a student loan to such a small amount that many people now can't go to medical school who thought they were going to medical school. They've limited on for our Title I schools that we're seeing. So in almost every level, the federal government right now has limited the money that they're sending back to New Jersey for education. And as a state who spends so much money to the federal government, that's offensive.
Two things. My attorney general will not be wasting your tax dollars suing the White House every other day. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars. Number two, if we want to get more money out of the federal government, the way to do that is by the governor calling to task our 14 members of our congressional delegation. 2 U.S. senators and 12 House members. I'll meet with them every single month to make sure that the 15 of us are working on behalf of New Jersey. That doesn't happen right now. We got the governor and a 14-member delegation, congressional delegation, all run in different directions. They should be together to advocate for New Jersey.
Okay, our next question is going to come. We're going to have to move on with the debate here. Our next question is coming from Charles. Charles is a Rider alumni, and this is going to Jack Chittarelli first.
To make housing more affordable, it's accepted we have to increase its supply. That said, we know that when voters hear more housing, they become concerned about overcrowding schools. Would you support a state bond referendum to give the Schools Development Authority the funding to build new schools throughout the state?
No. What I will support is to make sure that government is working in partnership with the private sector to make sure that there's more affordable housing. And by the way, we need to stop, right now affordable housing is all rental. We need more lease to purchase opportunities. The next generation is doing nothing but renting because that's all we're forcing down their throat. And the reason I say that, Charles, is because I want to stop with us developing high-density housing in every one of our 564 towns. I want to use the shortage of affordable housing to get people to live in our urban centers again. I live in downtown Somerville. This town has gone through a magnificent transformation because we've gone up with low, moderate, and market rate units, and it's vibrant. What we're doing in Somerville is what we need to do on a much larger scale in Newark, in Trenton, and in Atlantic City. We've got to stop the exacerbation of sprawl. Anybody that's concerned about the environment should not be doing this. And by the way, you want the poster child? Why are we condemning a 175-year-old farm in Cranberry? Why are we condemning open space to build more high-density housing? I don't think so.
So that's a great question. I think what we all see here is too much of the money we spend on our education system is not going to the things we want it to go to. So for example, number one, students, educators, buildings, and we know how necessary it is because I'll tell you in Montclair we had the stairway fall in high school. People couldn't go to school for several months. In Patterson, we've had the ceiling fall in an elementary school. So we have some of the oldest school inventory, we have to address it. But unfortunately, so much of the money is going to a bloated administration right now. We need to move that money into the places that we want to address. But you've also raised something about our state that I think is important, and that is about how we're going to develop it. And what we really need to do is have a statewide plan to protect our open spaces, because many of us know how deeply we really enjoyed them during COVID and how necessary it is for the health and mental wellness. That's why I've been a person at the Great Swamp Gala, as I've spoken there about how important open spaces are. So we need to do both, develop and have our open spaces preserved.
Laura, may we?
Very quickly, because we need to move on to our next question.
This is refreshing. I think what she might be saying is we're not going to develop high-density housing in every one of the 564 towns. But the other thing is she didn't answer your question. The answer is no. If we did that, it's only going to exacerbate sprawl. But she didn't answer your question.
Again, that's not true. I was very clear on how I think we should spend the money.
Okay, we're going to move on then to Michelle from Byram. She is a parent of a Rider University student. And Michelle, are you over here? Or is she over here? Hello, Michelle. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Okay, Michelle, you have you're a parent of a Rider student, and your question is going to Jack Chitterelli.
Hi, Michelle.
With Medicaid cuts looming, how will you protect services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities?
So I said before, the first job, responsibility of any governor is to provide for the public health and safety, and that certainly applies most of all to our most vulnerable population, our most vulnerable citizens, who under Governor Chitterelli will never be underserved. We're going to take care of our citizens, particularly those most in need, and that includes our developmentally disabled. Let's talk about the Medicaid reforms, because this is another one of those things that's being lied about in the community. The two big changes in the Medicaid system are these. The reforms are these. You have to verify your eligibility twice a year now, not once a year. Twice a year. Interestingly enough, it was President Barack Obama that put that change in place. President Trump kept it in his first term. Joe Biden put it to once a year. The other thing you have to do with the Medicaid reform is if you're able-bodied and your children are 15 years of age or older, you have to provide us with 20 hours a week in order to continue with Medicaid. 20 hours of what? Volunteerism, education, or work. I think that's reasonable. My opponent doesn't seem to have any issue with people who are scamming the system. If you want the system to endure, we need to save dollars by stopping people from scamming it. I think those two reforms, if you meet those two criteria, which I think are reasonable, guess what? Medicaid doesn't get cut. You continue to have your Medicaid. But as governor, I'll take care of our most vulnerable citizens, and that includes developmentally disabled. You have my word.
Thanks, Michelle. I love that Jack thinks he's going to run the federal delegation when he doesn't understand federal legislation. But we'll save that for another day. This is a question I get from so many parents because they know what's going on with Medicaid and they know the deep funding cuts that are going on that are imperiling many of the programs that support their children. And so that's why, as governor, I'm going to make sure my AG is fighting this tooth and nail, because here's the truth. I was recently at a federally qualified health center in Camden. And I have to tell you, traditionally, that's been one of the poorest cities in our state. So we were moving away from emergency room care, which is both the most expensive kind of care and also the care that goes to charity care in our state budget, not the federal Medicaid dollars. And she was telling me how much their costs were going to go up, about 20% more in going through the red tape and bureaucracy that the Trump administration is implementing instead of going to care for people. She said so many of the people are now going to be going back to emergency room care, which will be very expensive for the state.
I think the fair question of any gubernatorial candidate, and obviously that includes my opponent, is this. Do you believe it's fair to make somebody have to verify their eligibility for Medicaid twice a year? Do you believe it's fair
Is
to
anyone still
continue
in
your
the string?
Medicaid by giving us 20 hours a week of education, volunteerism, or work if you're able-bodied and your kids are 15 or older? I believe that's fair. You meet that criteria, Medicaid
Hello?
continues.
Final thoughts, Mikey Sherrill.
I'm back.
So it's not about fairness. It's about cost effectiveness. It's about who's going to drive down the cost for the state
What I
by
miss?
making sure we're going into better and cheaper care, like in federally qualified health centers, or are we going to go back to the bad old days when we're sending everybody to emergency room care, which is both worse care and more expensive care?
Okay, we have one more question for our audience
Never
before
mind.
we go back to our panel. It is one of our younger members of the audience. Mark, he is a middle school student from Bridgewater, and Mark's question is going to go first to Jack Chittarelli.
I'm only 12, but I've already seen one of our U.S. senators go to prison. What's your vision for restoring public trust in government?
Don't they? First of all, congratulations on being here tonight and having the courage to stand up and ask a question. Leadership matters, and it starts at the top. So I've never broken the law. My opponent has. I've never broken the law. And so you won't have to worry about that, and we'll set the tone for the way that public service ought to be. And we'll call out anybody on either side of the aisle that does the wrong thing, either if they're self-serving or if they're breaking the law. So, and my Attorney General will be very, very aggressive in looking at public corruption all up and down the state. But thank you for your question.
Thank you so much for your question. And you have a great mom bringing you here tonight, so thank you for being here. You know, I think this is the key question. I go around the state and I tell people, this is the most nonpartisan race I've run because I think people have lost a lot of faith in both parties. And it's really important right now in this race that here in New Jersey, in this state, as we're holding the line, that we're restoring faith. So that's why I talk a lot about being a Navy helicopter pilot, because I think people know what that means. I think they know that I've always served this country and I'm proud of it. I also talk about being a mom, because I think that also lets people know why I'm doing this and who I'm fighting for and what I care about. And so I have constantly and consistently listened to as many people as possible to make sure I'm hearing just what it is that people need to sleep at night. How can I, as governor, make that a little bit easier? And what I hear is the cost of housing is too high, electricity costs are too high, utility costs are too high, and I want somebody to protect my rights and freedoms, and that's what I'll do as governor.
We're going to go back to our panel. Our next question is coming from Micah Rasmussen, and that is going to Jack Chittarelli.
It's been more than 20 years since the last fixed DMV. Yet the
last, I'm sorry, Micah, the last what?
fixed DMV, the last fix for DMV. Yet the agency still has not returned to full in-person service since 5 years, since it's now 5 years after COVID. It's still disenfranchising voters when it botches their motor voter registrations and can't keep up with demand for real IDs. So what does the fix DMV of 2026 need to look like?
So in any gubernatorial campaign, we're going to end up talking about education reforms and policy, property tax reform and policy, public safety, housing, all the like. But what's easy to overlook is that the state of New Jersey now is a $59 billion enterprise with 60,000 employees, 9.3 million citizen customers, and 1 million business customers, small, medium, and large. And one of the reasons I'm running is because I feel very strongly this state needs a hands-on CEO governor who's going to show up every damn day and make sure that this state government works for its citizens. You can walk into a DMV office tomorrow in Florida and walk out an hour later with your real ID. Call DMV today in New Jersey for your appointment. They're putting you off until December. I find that embarrassing. I find that embarrassing. So I and my administration will show up every single day and make sure that this state government works on behalf of its citizens. And that means executive order number 2. And executive order number 2 is everyone's coming back to work. They work for us. They work for us. Let's make the state government work for our citizens.
Hello, Combine. Welcome back to the stream.
You know, this is a difference between myself and my opponent, because I am willing to take on anyone, including members of my own party, when it comes to serving the people of New Jersey. He's not. He just serves Trump. But that's why I'll tell you right now that our MVC is not working. It is not working. We were worst in the nation for Real ID. You couldn't go when people were being told, go get a passport. It'll be quicker. And that is the one way in which so many people interact with our government. And so if you're asking, how do we build trust in government? How do we rebuild faith in government? We make sure government's working. And so I'm going to make sure that MVC is working for everyone, that you can go and you do most of what you need to do online. You don't always have to go in person. And then when you go in person, you can get an appointment quickly, and you can get through the process quickly, in and out. That if you need an inspection, you can get your car inspected. And so all of these things are the ways in which almost every person in this state engages with our state government. And almost everyone in this state has a really bad story to tell you about it. Not on my watch. I'll fix that as governor.
Our next question comes from Sophie Nieto Munoz, and it goes to Mikey Sherrill.
The Immigrant Trust Directive has limited local, county, and state police from assisting in civil immigration enforcement since it was put in place in 2018. If elected governor, would you continue the Immigrant Trust Directive?
As governor, I'm going to make sure here in New Jersey we're following the law and the Constitution. And let me tell you a little bit about what's going on right now. I just had a friend talk to a police officer here who had an interaction with somebody who was wearing a mask, who had no ID and was carrying. And he walked up to him and said, look, this is my town. What are you doing here? And the gentleman said, I don't have to tell you. And he said, you're walking around my town, and you do have to tell me. And he said, no, I don't. And so the police officer said, well, then I'll take you to jail. And he said, I'll take you to jail. So he said, we'll work it out in jail. But here's the thing. It was an ICE agent refusing to show ID, masked. So as governor, I'm going to make sure that people can't go around masked here in our state. Now, my opponent supports policies where people who are here legally can be detained, rolling back rights for American citizens, separating children and parents. I'm going to make sure people here in this state are safe and follow the law.
Congresswoman, can you clarify?
As a matter of fact, no, it is not. I tried looking it up, I tried finding it, I tried confirming it. I found no evidence to support the story she just told. Now, I might just be bad at researching, but I spent an hour this morning looking for this story on my phone, on my PC, on my computer, on my laptop, everywhere. On my TV. Nothing came up, and it was really annoying. So, I think she's lying, but I can neither confirm nor deny that yet, but I think she is lying, but I don't know. But I've never heard of that story before she told it, so I don't know. It might be true, it might not be. I genuinely don't know. I found no evidence to say it is true, but I also found no evidence to say it's a lie. So.
Is that a yes or a no on would you continue the Immigrant Trust Directive?
What I'm going to do is make sure we're following the law and the Constitution. So that'll include due process rights and the Constitution.
Oh, I remember this question. She doesn't answer it.
Jack Ciattarelli.
I don't think she answered your question. Executive order number 1 on day 1, we're getting rid of the Immigrant Trust Directive here in New Jersey. I said this back in 2021. I'll say it here again. I've said it every single day I'm out on the campaign trail. I believe the Immigrant Trust Directive, us having sanctuary cities, us being a sanctuary state, only encourages illegal immigration and restricts our local law enforcement in a number of different ways. The goal here is to keep our community safe. And the best way to do that is us not having sanctuary cities. Let me say something else. My Attorney General, unlike the current Attorney General, who I think she has said she's considering reappointing, my Attorney General will support local law enforcement. We're not getting rid of qualified immunity. She voted to get rid of it in the Congress. We're not doing that. We're going to take the handcuffs off, let these trained professionals do their job. Flash mobs on our Jersey Shore, flash mobs in our malls, break-ins, car thefts, nonviolent crime is through the roof. Did anybody see what went down in Secaucus 3 weeks ago? Total disregard for law and order, total disregard for law enforcement. We got to get back to being a law and order state with safe communities.
Mikey Sherrill.
So I've served as a federal prosecutor. I've ensured that we're working hard to drive down crime in this state. I've prosecuted people who were criminals here and who were undocumented, and they were deported, because I care deeply about public safety for the people here, and I think we can all agree that violent criminals should be deported. But what I also believe deeply in is due process, the due process rights that are in our Constitution.
I agree, Combine.
And so I'll follow the law, and I'll follow the Constitution.
Getting rid of the Immigrant Trust Directives doesn't mean we're violating.
President Trump signed an executive order. I agree. We should clean out Silicon Valley. I agree. President Trump signed an executive order that made it so HB1 visas, companies have to pay $100,000 per HB1 visa, which is really good. It makes it so that companies are not incentivized to hire Indians anymore and hire Americans. So that's good. Yeah. So the president is fixing it, which is good. But if those Indians are here legally, we can't just throw them out. It's not. If they're here illegally, then yeah, we can. But if they came here legally, then something we can do.
Your constitutional right to due process, but since she brought up her time as a U.S. attorney, check her record. In the 11 months that she was supposed to be prosecuting cases, she pled most of her cases, and people that committed some pretty heinous crimes were allowed to go free.
All right, our very last question.
So I'll repeat. I'm very proud of my prosecutorial record. I worked really hard to take illegal guns off the street, to make sure our streets were safe. Jack has never served in law enforcement. He's never served to keep this country safe. I have, and I'll continue to do that.
One more question of this evening, and it comes from David Wildstein. David Wildstein has the final question, and it goes first to Jack Chitterelli.
Laura, I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball.
You're throwing me. Oh.
Vivek is a businessman, and he has made a lot of money off of his business. I think he's a multimillionaire. I don't know what his business is exactly. I do know it's in the tech industry. I don't like Vivek all that much. I mean, I prefer him over some other people, but I don't hate him because he's Indian. I don't hate him in general, but I just don't like his style, I guess. But overall, I agree with you. See, all around the world, I mean, you're in Pakistan and you even understand this. All around the world, people were like, yeah, American jobs belong to Americans, and yet for some reason we haven't figured this out. I don't know why. We're starting to, but I don't know. For some reason we haven't figured this out. I don't know. American jobs belong to Americans, plain and simple. I don't understand why that's so complicated. Whatever.
You're asking more than one question.
He's a baseball fan, that's why.
Yeah, it happens.
So
Oh, is it a question for
I had
me?
a closing question.
Oh, you had a closing question.
But there's a man here named Tom who came to ask a question who, quite frankly, his question is more important than mine. I'd like to give him my time.
Oh, you want to go back to Tom?
I want to go to Tom. I don't
Okay.
know
I can go to Tom. Hold on. We had two Toms.
So,
Let me go back.
Sorry.
Tom. Okay. So, Tom, I'm going to go back to you, and I don't have my cue card. So, Tom,
I am
who are you?
also a Tom from Princeton.
Very good.
So
Oh, from
yes, there's
Princeton.
two
Oh,
Toms.
so
Thank you
fancy.
both for doing this. Let's see you do more of this, please. Who am I addressing?
Oh, so this is going to go first to Jack Chitterelli.
Jack, please describe New Jersey's current state of care for residents with severe and persistent mental illness.
There are a lot of
Reasons
boomers
why
in the
it's so,
crowd.
and your
That's not
proposals
good.
as governor to address it.
So, Tom, I would like to do more of this. By law, we have to do 2. CBS News out of New York invited us to a 3rd. I agreed. My opponent did not. Let me say this. We know we have a mental health crisis, and I'm proud of what we did in Somerset County. We created the first public-private partnership, and it was a 24/7 community mental health center because we saw what was going on in the community and people could not get access.
Thank you,
convenient
Columbine.
access
That's a very nice thing to
high-quality
say.
mental health services. So we actually employed in county government in New Jersey psychiatrists, psychologists, licensed clinical social workers. People had a place to go. It didn't matter what your coverage was, you got quality service. As governor, there are 2 things we should not be approaching 564 towns at a time. I think our county governments across the state are underappreciated and underleveraged. We'll put a plan in place the state will fund for there to be a community mental health center in every one of our 21 counties and a homeless shelter. We need that here, and you can't expect us to address that 564 towns at a time. So I think we need to use the Somerset County model to provide for community mental health clinics all across New Jersey so people have convenient access to high-quality mental health services.
Combine, is your question why do American companies hire Indians? Is that your question? Because I have an answer, but I'd like to clarify your question before I answer for you. And also, so the main. Hey, Boba, welcome back. The main reason Indians are hired more than Americans for some reason is because they're able to be paid less. Yeah, she's still being. She outright refused to answer a question, so. Well, not outright, but she just kept dodging the question. But. Yeah, American companies are able to get away with paying Indian workers less than they do Americans. Now, why they become CEOs, I don't know. I genuinely have no clue. But again, I have nothing against Indian people. Okay, nothing against them. But I do think that Americans should have their jobs. If they're not going to become an American citizen and an American, they should not. They shouldn't be here. If they're not going to contribute to the society that they're in, I don't know why they're here. But whatever.
Tom, thanks for raising this question because as I've sort of mentioned already tonight, we have a mental health crisis. We have a loneliness crisis. I see it in our kids. I see it in seniors. I see it across this state. People who aren't connecting anymore. And so that's why this is so important, and we need to add resources. I've added federal resources to the Mental Health Association of Morrison.
Oh, Boba, we're talking about Indians from India, not Native Americans. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about Native Americans. But I could see where you got confused. Also, hey Django, it's okay. I'm glad you're here. How much longer is this? It should be done soon. Oh, you know? Oh, I thought. Okay. My bad. Okay, so it's like 4 minutes left. Okay.
in Essex. I'll continue to work hard to fund the different programs that we have, making sure that we also put in place things like red flag laws, so people like many of our veterans who are contemplating suicide can be protected by those, and keep those red flag laws as the courts attack them and people like Jack Ciattarelli vote against them. I'll also make sure that as we have our police officers going out, we use the Arrive Together program. In talking to so many of our police officers, they don't have the tools or the training sometimes to handle some of the most egregious mental health problems, and it often creates really bad outcomes. Thank you.
Tom, the one other thing that we need to do, and I will instigate as a member of the National Governors Association, I think it's long overdue, it's time for us to get rid of the Medicaid reimbursement rates. Community physicians will tell you off the record they won't see Medicaid patients, many of which have mental health issues. We need to start reimbursing at one rate, the Medicare rate. Community physicians find that acceptable. They do not find the Medicaid rate acceptable. So let's work together with our congressional delegation, the other 49 governors, to start reimbursing at one rate. Let's move everybody into Medicare, one rate, which community physicians find acceptable, and people will have better access as well.
Tom, you're really on the hot seat. But I think what we also need to do is add money to housing. Many mental health professionals will say what you first need to do is stabilize people in housing and have wraparound services from there. Thanks.
All right, that concludes our question and answer time. It is time now to go to closing statements. Each candidate has 30 seconds. Our first candidate going for our closing statements, that is going to go to Mikey Sherrill. You have 90 seconds.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. This has been a great debate, and I think you've heard some clear differences here. I've served this country my entire life. As I mentioned, helicopter pilot, prosecutor, member of Congress, and mom of 4 great kids. I'm going to continue to serve this state because I want to drive down your costs. So whether it's utility costs or housing costs or energy costs, you've heard again and again and again, I have a plan to drive down your costs. Jack's going to go in lockstep with Washington as Trump drives up your energy costs. So at every level, I'll continue to work for you. And at every level, he'll raise your costs like he's done at every level of government with taxes. So I really appreciate all of you coming out tonight to hear about this. This has been a great evening, and thank you once again, New Jersey. I appreciate it.
She still has 40 seconds.
90 seconds. You have 90 seconds.
She still had 40 seconds.
The Ciattarellis have been here for 100 years. 3 generations of Ciattarellis have all achieved their American dream right here in New Jersey. My grandfather started out in the ditch as a laborer, saved his nickels and dimes, became a very successful independent contractor. My parents were successful restaurant bar
right,
owners.
Bubba.
That wasn't their only job. My mom worked midnights on the line for J&J. My dad was in the street department for public service gas. Every dime they made went to their family, the roof over our head, clothes on our back, meal on a table, and our public school education. I followed in my grandparents' and parents' footsteps.
Yeah, that's
I'm a
what she did.
two-time successful business owner here in the state of New Jersey, having created jobs. I've also had the privilege of serving at every level of government, municipal, county, and legislature. Term limiting myself each time, not taking the salary or the benefits at the municipal or county level. I'm an MBA CPA. No candidate has ever come before you with that resume. And so I'm committed to fixing our state. When something I love is broken, I want to fix it. I believe leadership matters. I believe that we can fix the state of New Jersey, or I wouldn't be asking you for your consideration. We can do this.
Oh,
but I
that's
want
fine,
you to know
Bubba.
this.
You know I
Unlike
don't mind.
governors on both sides of the aisle over the last 40 years, I'm not using this to get to Washington. This is my final destination. When my 4 or 8 years are over, you'll find me at the beach in Surf City, okay? But I'll give you 4 or 8 years of the best years of my life, and we'll work in partnership with the legislature, and we'll get things done, and we'll fix the state of New Jersey. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, that concludes tonight's debate.
Okay, notice how he used up all his time. Well, I would give Jack some more time to build more momentum. Winning a debate does not always mean winning the election. It helps to win the election, but I think he'll need the extra 2 months to build more momentum. And there is a second debate that's on October 8th, and I'll be streaming that one because that's on a Wednesday, not a Sunday. So, let me look up what poll is it? National Research or something like that? National Research, yep. That's not how you spell it. Yeah, I want to make sure he wins. That's not how you spell research. That's how you spell research, okay. Man. Gosh, I'm having a terrible time with my spelling today. New Jersey. Gosh, I wish I learned how to type when I was young. I'm horrible at it. National Research, New Jersey Governor Race. Is it this one? Whoa, what the heck is this? That was weird. Yeah, that's pretty much her whole thing in a nutshell. Okay, so let's go to read this just to make sure that it is right. So, Republican Jack Ciattarelli held a single-point lead over Democrat Representative Mickey Sherrill in new internal poll of New Jersey gubernatorial race. Why it matters. The New Jersey and Virginia gubernatorial elections in November are viewed as key bellwethers for the mood of the American electorate ahead of the midterm elections, when Democrats are hoping to flip control of the House of Representatives, Senate, and governor offices across the country. Were they all ticked? I bet they were all ticked. Democrats are optimistic about the chances of Sherrill, who has led independent polling, but Republicans believe polling has undercounted support for Ciattarelli, who has been endorsed by President Donald Trump and garnered name recognition from his 2021 governor run, when he nearly unseated incumbent Governor Phil Murphy. What to know? With Election Day less than 2 months out, the New Jersey Globe reported on an internal Ciattarelli poll conducted by National Research showing him lead Sherrill by 46 to 45% margin. It surveyed 600 likely voters from September 16 to September 18. It had a margin of error of plus or minus 4 percentage points. The internal GOP poll is the first to show Ciattarelli with a lead. Internal polls are often viewed as less reliable than independent polls as they are released, but it underscores the competitive nature of this race. Okay. So let's check the RCP average, because that's where all the polls go, and that's what the average and stuff is. RCP, New Jersey. Okay, so alright, so the poll isn't in here. Wow. Okay. I think this is extremely biased, guys. Extremely. Let's see, Quinnipiac, well, that's your first problem. They're an extremely left-wing pollster. They always have the Dems winning by 10. I swear, they're always winning by 10 in a Quinnipiac poll. They had Kamala winning by a ton, and then, of course, she lost, so they're an extremely inaccurate pollster. Actually, no, Combine. Legal immigrants who are able to vote, because they're Americans, because they become Americans, are allowed to vote, and they hate illegal immigrants. They hate them because illegal immigrants basically just skip the system and are just here, while legal immigrants have to go through the whole process, and they hate illegal immigrants. So most of the time, 2024 showed this. Immigrants now are more Republican than they used to be. Most of these polls were horrible in 2024. Qantas Insights, yeah. Most of these polls were absolutely terrible in 2024. I don't know why they're on here. They should not be allowed on here. Like, at all. These should not be on here. But let's look at the polling of the last election to show how biased the polls are. So, the polls had, before election day, the polls on RCP average had an 8-point lead, if I round up, for Murphy, the Democrat. He only won by 2.8. That is a massive polling bias. Massive. And again, it's the same exact Emerson, Stockton University, Mammoth, all these places. They skew the polls and make it look like it's way more biased than it actually is. That's a 5-point shift on election day from the polls. That just shows how biased they are. That's why I don't trust polling anymore. Curious, what's his job approval at the moment? It has improved. Before it was just 46, now it's 46.1. That's nice. So it has improved a little bit. The better Trump's approval rating is, the better it is for Republicans. What? Yeah. I only use RCP average because it's the best polling place. It's just where all the polls are. It's the best way to gauge the thing. But, yeah, I agree. I normally do not use polls. You seriously trusted Alan's 13 keys? There are so many videos of people going over his 13 keys, and Kamala failed like 11 of them. And the only reason why he said that it worked was because he was biased and he was an idiot. Also, hi Bipartisan, welcome to the stream. Did you watch the debate? We just reacted to it. Jack won by a decent bit, actually. And that's not me being biased at all. Like, Mickey sucked. She dodged almost every question. It was pathetic. Yeah, bipartisan, in Discord I'll send you a video. Oh, hi Eric. I think you're new to the stream. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I think you're new to the channel. Welcome, welcome. Might be wrong. I apologize if I'm wrong. But I don't think I've seen you on stream, so welcome. So we're gonna look it up. There was a video somewhere that I saw during an election that went over the keys, and yeah, it's this one. It's a very good video. I'll send it to you in the Discord later, bipartisan. I hate Mr. Beat. Such an idiot. It's most likely going to be Byron Donalds. I really like him. I hope he wins. Well, he is going to win. If he wins the nomination, which is likely, he has about a 30% lead over everybody else. He's the only one who's truly announced at the moment. There's been a couple other people who have announced, but they're not as name recognized. Welcome to the stream, my man. I always welcome new people. Just whatever their politics is. I'm normally a gaming channel, but I'm trying to dive a little bit and test the waters of politics a little bit. I always talk politics during my VTH. I don't know who VTH is. Let me look him up. I like him because he's humble. He knows he won't be able to outshine DeSantis, and he's said it. He's like, I'm not going to be as good as DeSantis, but I'm going to try to continue his legacy. And I like that. He's also going to be fixing the issues DeSantis sadly hasn't. Like, we have a massive, okay, no, this is not who you recommended. This is a gaming channel, not a...
I've seen plenty of power bank.
But, yeah. Like, we have a massive insurance issue here in Florida, and he plans on fighting insurance to lower prices and stuff, which is nice. Like, before hurricanes and stuff, they will pull people's insurance so they don't have to pay. Basically, except Taft did divert a little bit from Roosevelt. I'm good, bipartisan. I don't hate you for doing that. I'm good. That's just an echo chamber, and I already have an echo chamber for my political views. I don't need another. But I mean, I might join again. I don't know, maybe. But yeah, Byron is good. He's a good guy. I like him a lot. I think he'd be the first black governor of Florida, which is kind of cool. Just because of that, I might not join, dude. Just because of the Josh Shapiro gods. No, there's one god, and I'm fairly certain he isn't the one Josh Shapiro worships. I'm good. Actually, I'm just going to look up his policies. Byron Donalds. Florida governor. Policies. Enact the Trump agenda. Fight illegal immigration. Make Florida more affordable. Florida is too expensive for many of our families and seniors. Byron will work to solve this property insurance crisis. Lowering housing costs to make Florida affordable again. I like that. Expand economic opportunity. Florida must remain the launch pad to the American dream. Lower taxes, less regulation, and world-class schools that put our students first. We'll keep our economy strong and help every Floridian succeed. Protect our conservative values, improve our infrastructure. Florida will continue to grow rapidly, and our infrastructure must not only keep up, but it must be designed to meet current and future needs of the state. Preserve our environment. As governor, Byron Donalds will work to complete the Everglades restoration, improve water quality, expand access to water supply, and protect our beaches and natural resources that make Florida the most beautiful state in the nation. As a Floridian, I am Team Donalds. Team Donalds. I don't know why people think Trump is radical. He's not. I canceled it. I'm going to be doing it Tuesday afternoon, I think, maybe. But Sundays, I kind of just want to relax and catch up on sleep. So that's what I'll do on Sundays. But I might do the religious stream on Tuesday afternoon, like 2:30 to 4 or something like that. Possibly. I don't know. I don't think he's radical at all. Wait, what do you mean by radical? Because I think your definition is different than the left's. I think he's innovative, or at least trying to be. I don't think he's radical. He's not anti-gay. Respectively, Combine, I do like that statement. We built it, therefore we deserve it. Americans died to build it, therefore we deserve it. I hate the Taliban. The Taliban butcher innocent civilians and they deserve to die. Well, actually, Trump has been more anti-Israel recently. He recently spoke out against Israel's continuation of the war. I think he's tired of Israel doing what they're doing without our approval. Israel used to only do what they did with our approval, and now Israel's doing whatever they want, and it's not exactly doing any good. I think Israel should be our puppet, and that's about it. If they're not going to do what we want, we shouldn't help them. That's my opinion on it. Yeah, I agree, bipartisan. I agree. I hate Benjamin Netanyahu. He is a neocon. I hate neocon. Well, respectfully combined, the Taliban allowed Osama bin Laden, a terrorist, to stay in their country. They defended him, and they killed thousands of Americans by hiding him. Respectfully, I hate them. Not to mention they behead people in stadiums, and they repress women's rights. Did you know in Afghanistan that now a woman can only show one eye, and the rest of her face must be covered? Yeah, I hate that. I understand that in some Islam cultures that is just the culture, and that's fine. But the Taliban beats any woman senseless that dares to show her face, and I think that is wrong. And I think it shows how insecure they really are. But I do agree, the Soviets are worse. But I hate the Taliban just as much, to be honest. Not to mention, instead of the Taliban just letting us leave in peace, they attacked us and killed several of our service members as we were leaving. I don't think we should have left in the first place. I think we should have stayed until there was a good solution. I think we should have left slowly, but we shouldn't have rushed out that quickly. No, I do not. I think it's what indirectly led to the invasion of Ukraine. Putin saw how weak and incompetent Biden was with that Afghanistan pullout, and how we left billions of dollars worth of military equipment in Afghanistan for the Taliban, a terrorist organization, to take and kill Americans with. Putin sees this and goes, wow, he's dumb. And then he goes and invades Ukraine because he realizes the United States isn't going to do anything, so. But yeah, that's my opinion. Nothing against you, Combine. You're cool. I just hate the Taliban. From what I've seen, yes, he's very good. He's a congressman. Congressmen don't really have full-on debates. They do sometimes, but not really. So I haven't seen much of him on the debate stage, but he is a very good speaker, so I'd imagine him being good. Now, something I would like to see is, while Florida governors are term limited, they, after, like, so DeSantis serves his 8 years, okay? He serves his 2 terms. Byron Donalds can serve 4 years or 8 years, and then DeSantis can come back in and serve another 2 terms. I think that'd be great. I think that'd be awesome, to be honest. I honestly think DeSantis shouldn't run for president again. In many ways, he's more radical than Trump is. Like, Trump is not anti-gay in the slightest, so I would agree with that assessment by Partisan. Dems are actually calling Byron Donalds racist in Florida. Florida Democrats are calling him racist even though he's black. I don't get it, but okay. Just being dumb. This is why they lost by 20 points last time in Florida. No one likes them. No one. And I live in a blue county, and almost all my neighbors hate them. So... The only reason my county's blue is because of Orlando. That's the only reason. Well, I guess I'm not going to be playing Wolfenstein tonight, so about another half hour we can talk politics for another half hour. So, what other... You know what, I'm going to... Just for giggles... Policy position. Combine, we're going to be mostly focusing on US stuff. Just, that's where my mind is focused at right now, so we're going to be mostly focused on US stuff. Maybe in the future we can go into that. You have my word. in the future we will go over it. Just right now my mind is on US stuff. Oh, deport her. She obviously committed immigration fraud. She's also married to her brother, but that's a whole other thing. She committed immigration fraud. There's a whole case against her for it. She should be deported. I also don't like that we have a congressman in office who says death to America every chance she gets. It's kind of counterproductive. But yeah. Ooh, I don't like that. Josh Shapiro wants to legalize marijuana. I don't really like that. I don't really like that either. Ilan Omar, or however you pronounce her name. I think if a congressman says death to America, they should be expelled from Congress and there should be a special election for someone to take their place. It's kind of counterproductive. Yeah, that's why we hate Iran so much. One of their parliament once was started chanting death to America, death to Israel. I don't really care about the Israel part, but the whole death to America is they call Israel the little Satan and they call us the big Satan. Which, I mean, at least we're the big one, but I don't like being called that. Ooh, I don't like that. Okay. I don't like strengthening the gun laws, but I do like regulating ghost guns and stand your ground laws. Yeah, Trump is trying to get her out of Congress because of it. He's already launched an investigation into the immigration fraud. And he's going to actually see if he can deport her. Ooh, I don't like that. Raising the minimum wage is always a bad idea. Overall, not bad policies, but there are a couple that would make it so I would not vote for him. Mainly the abortion issue. Women deserve the right to make their own choice. I will protect Pennsylvania law regarding the right to abortion. I will veto any bill that would restrict abortion rights defended. Yeah, I don't really agree with that at all. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. His policies are okay. I rated it a 6 out of 10. No, he won't. In my opinion, Josh Shapiro is overrated. I also think it's extremely boring and cringy. It was a thing that Bipartisan sent me, and he asked me, like, is this cringe? Because even I think this is kind of cringe. And I watched it, and it said, and it was him in his car, on his cell phone, saying, abortion is life. And I'm like, oh gosh. He's like, is this cringe? I'm like, 10 out of 10 cringe right there. That was horrible. And, yeah. Shoo. Oh, Boba, what do you think of John Ossoff? Oh, don't get me wrong, he's easily the best Dem candidate. He's the only one I would consider voting for. But they won't nominate him. He's too moderate. He's also not getting the national attention he needs. Oof, that's not good. An incumbent only getting 44%? Ooh, that's not good at all. At all. If an incumbent isn't... If an incumbent isn't getting 50% right off the bat, he's going to have a really hard time. That's a really bad sign. Even RCP says that. I think Collins is going to win. Just based off of that. When an incumbent doesn't have 50% of the vote off the bat, it's normally a really bad sign. Not to mention the polls have been narrowing. The most recent poll was a tie. The only reason why it's 2.3 is because that's the average. I don't think Ossoff's winning. What comment? The one about no one should be able to say that, at least not in the USA? I agree with you, but it's protected under free speech. Yeah. I don't think it should be, but it is. I love free speech, but there are times where it lets idiots say bad things. No, I don't think so. It's a good question. I don't think it's controversial at all. Only won by... Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, I don't think John Ossoff is winning. I don't. The only reason why he won was because it was a runoff election. And because Republican turnout was horrible. And even then, he only won by a point. I don't think he's winning the black vote. I don't think he's gonna win. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna win. But we'll see. I won't know more until 2026, but as of right now, I don't think he's winning. This is not what I was looking for. Oh. Huh. I can't find the polling. It's weird. Anyway. Good job. Good job. United States, good job. I agree, Bubba. It's cringy. Even Trump did it once. Yes, take Alberta. We need Alberta. Should I fill out my Senate map? You know what, screw it. Yeah, I'm gonna fill out my Senate map. Except Quebec? Yeah, that makes sense. Quebec's dumb. I don't want Quebec. Quebec is an issue. It might have deleted his comment. Combine, it might have deleted your comment. YouTube. I didn't, but YouTube might have. Okay, so let's close out the ad. This is the Senate map for 2026. Okay. Combine, I don't see your comment. I don't know what you're talking about. I would, but I think YouTube deleted it. It might have been too controversial for YouTube. I don't know. It wasn't me, but YouTube might have. So you might have to rewrite it in a different way or something. So these are the Democrat states. Virginia. Minnesota. Yeah, I think YouTube deleted it, so I don't know what your controversial thing is, I apologize. So, those are all the Democrat states right off the bat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They go from 34 to 44. Republican. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Right off the bat, Republicans win the Senate. Oh, let's not forget Alaska. Right off the bat, Republicans win the Senate. Now, Maine's probably going to be lean. Alaska's going to be likely. Texas will also be likely. Florida's going to be solid. Ohio and Iowa are going to be likelies. But, yeah, it's still the same number. Republicans still get 52 right off the bat, which means they still win the Senate. Democrats have a horrible Senate map. Yes, I know, it's right above Florida. So, I think John Ossoff is losing. I just looked at the polling. It's not looking good for Michigan's a swing state in the Senate. Michigan's a swing state when it comes to the Senate. So, I don't think John Ossoff is winning purely based off of the polling I saw. I think it's going to go to Mike Collins, mainly because I don't think black turnout is going to turn out for him, and I don't think Jew turnout is going to turn out for him. The Jews actually wanted to endorse Kemp, but Kemp refused to run for the Senate, which was dumb. I'm going over the swing states now. United. So, I think, as of right now, Georgia's a tilt Republican. I won't know more until a Republican has been nominated. It's going to be Mike Collins, but until a Republican is officially nominated, I won't know officially. But I think if Mike Collins is the candidate, it will go tilt Republican. It might go lean, but I think it's going to go tilt. Tilt is 0 to 1. Lean is 1 to 3. Likely is under 10. And yeah. TUSA. Ooh, I like that. I mainly think it's because turnout is not going to turn out for him. I mean, when your own religion refuses to endorse you, it's not exactly a good look, is it? So, I think there's that. North Carolina, there's a lot of... I'm going to move on to North Carolina next. Roy Cooper is a strong candidate, at least for the Dems. But the Charlotte murder really showed that Democrats aren't doing so well. And Whatley is gaining in the polls, little by little. So I think by Election Day, he'll have overtaken Cooper in the polls. Cooper's the Democrat. Whatley's the Republican. We could say USA, but that'd be a little confusing now, wouldn't it? I'll call him Tusa. That's what I'll call him. I'll call him Tusa. I like that. Yeah, I think North Carolina is gonna go. Also, there's a chance that Roy Cooper actually released that murderer one of the times he was released, so there's that. I'm gonna say it's lean as of right now. Also, the Democrats are having a major money problem, so that's going to play into it. Actually, just to seem moderate, I'm going to go tilt. Because I'm still not sure. Honestly, North Carolina right now might be my only toss-up. But now, Michigan, I know for sure is going to be tilt, at least, or it's going to be lean. I know that for sure. Mike Rogers, every time he runs, he gets more popular. He has run twice already, and he barely lost this last time. I'll pull it up. RCP, Mike Rogers. Yeah. They're not in the midterms, therefore they're whited out. They don't have elections going on in the midterms. That's why. Yeah. So, as you can see, Slotkin, the current Michigan senator who won in 2024, he only won by 0.3. And if I can find the previous election... okay, I cannot find the previous election. But yeah, Slotkin barely won. And the Democrats have a very competitive primary going on in Michigan at the moment. Like, extremely competitive. All three candidates hate each other. There's the moderate, there's the far leftist, and then there's the Muslim. And they hate each other. Yeah, YouTube can still delete it. You could use different words. Like, you could type it in English still, but, like, try to replace the more controversial words with less controversial words, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, I 1000% think that Michigan is going to go for Rogers. Now, New Hampshire, John Sununu is running. He is a former senator of New Hampshire who used to be very popular, and his brother is the current Republican governor of New Hampshire, and his brother is extremely popular. Extremely popular. For some reason, Sununu, that name, is very popular in New Hampshire. I think their family did something for New Hampshire, and every time someone runs with that name, they win. So I think again, this is all I thinks. None of this is set in stone yet, except for Michigan. Michigan is set in stone, but the rest of them are not. But I do think if John Sununu runs, he is going to win New Hampshire by a lean margin, or even possibly a likely margin. Whoops. Yeah, likely. Yeah. I think Republicans are going to gain in the Senate. Like, by a lot. I genuinely do not see the Democrats winning the Senate. It's going to be very hard. Their map sucks so much. Basically, Boba, and in New Hampshire, the Sununu name is very historical and very loved. I think their dad did something major for the state, and therefore his sons just win every election they're in. So I think that New Hampshire's going to go red. Again, John hasn't officially announced. He said he's thinking about it, but when someone says they're thinking about it, that basically means they're going to announce. Yeah, all their main states aren't even in the midterms. Okay, so this is the best case scenario for Dems, okay? They have to run. Like, they have to sweep the House. Like, they have to absolutely clear house. They have to win Michigan. They have to win North Carolina. They have to win Georgia. They have to win New Hampshire. And that's all the swing states. Okay, that came through, but I can't read that. Sorry. But even then, Republicans still have a 2-seat advantage. So they also have to flip Maine, which is going to be extremely hard because Susan Collins is extremely popular in that state. But they also have to flip Maine. Okay, it's still 51. They have to magically somehow flip either Ohio or Iowa. And both those states are plus 15 Republican states. They are almost full-on safe red states. There is no way they are going to win the Senate. And even if they manage to flip one of these, it's just tying the Senate. Democrats do not have a good map at all. They have to literally win everything and somehow do a miracle in Iowa or Ohio, which they won't do. Unless they somehow win Alaska, which I also doubt because Murkowski is extremely popular in that state. That's the only way they flip the Senate. The only way. So, I do not think that they are going to win the Senate at all. I genuinely think Republicans are going to hold the Senate, if not gain 3 more seats in the Senate. I seriously think that. I do not see them winning the Senate at all. I could do that as like a video. Like a tier list video I could make, yeah, maybe. I won't do it on stream. I kind of want to focus on elections right now. But, yeah, I could make that a video. That's actually a good idea. Ranking U.S. departments. That's a good idea. I like that. I'll work on it. Alrighty, so let's go back to home. So that's my... Okay, so take a picture. This is my Senate map. As of right now, this is my Senate map. Take a picture. Okay, this is my Senate map. I am not going over the House, because holy crap. Holy crap. I'm not going over the... I'm not going over the House. That's not happening. Okay, bipartisan, I will explain it. I will explain my reasoning to you. Why Republicans have a massive advantage in the Senate. Yes, for some reason that is there. I don't know why. That's dumb. No, I'm not gay, guys. All right, so right now, Democrats 34, Republicans 31. If Democrats with all their safe states, they're at 44. Republicans, whoops. Uh-oh, Montana and Idaho randomly went Democrat. Oh no. Okay, Iowa would actually be likely, Texas would be likely, Ohio would be likely. No. 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 Okay, so right off the bat, Republicans get 52. Okay. Now, bipartisan, you still there? No. No. Ohio is a plus 15, actually no, plus 13 red state. That's, actually no, it would be lean. You're right. You're right. It would be lean. Thank you. I just remembered lean is, yeah, you're right. Okay. But still, it's Republican. So, okay. So, let's go over Georgia first, shall we? Okay. Ossoff. RCP average. I think I spelled Ossoff wrong, but that's fine. So, right now, in the RCP average, Ossoff has a 2.3 lead. Okay? But he is the incumbent senator, and he isn't cracking 50%. He is not cracking 50%. As an incumbent, that is horrible. If you are not cracking 50% as an incumbent, you are under threat of being dethroned. It's a fact. We learned this in 2022 and in 2024. Not to mention, I highly doubt blacks are going to vote for him. I highly doubt it. Now, I also don't think they'll vote for Collins. I think they genuinely just might not vote, because there's no black candidates currently in Georgia. So, I don't think they're going to go out to vote. I think black turnout's going to be horrible. The only way it's not is if they nominate a black governor candidate. I disagree. Now, this whole argument that Ossoff is a juggernaut is wrong. He is not a juggernaut. He barely won a runoff election where Republican turnout was horrible. Okay? Only about 30% of Republicans voted in this, and I think 60% of Democrats voted for this, and he still barely won by 1 point. Not to mention, let me look it up real quick. I think it's in my search history somewhere a long time ago. Where is it? There it is. So, story is unavailable. What? Oh, come on. Seriously? First off, his own religion is not voting for him. His own people are not voting for him. His own people wanted to endorse Kemp, but Kemp refused to run for Senate. His own people wanted to endorse a Republican. They hate him. If your own people hate you, I don't think you're gonna win. Just plain and simple, I don't think you're going to win. If your own community hates you and does not want to vote for you, I do not see how you win that. Not to mention, they're not a major voter bloc, but they're still a voter bloc. They still make up a large part of the Democratic base in Georgia. It's about 20% of the Democrats in Georgia are Jews. Actually, wait. I don't think it's 20%, but I think it's like 15 or something like that. But still, that's bad. If your own people are not going to vote for you, that's not good. It doesn't matter if you're a major voting bloc or not. If your own people are not going to vote for you, something's wrong. I agree, but those blacks did not show up for Kamala. In fact, Trump won a decent bit of the black vote in Georgia. It was definitely larger than in 2020. But Ossoff is not winning. I will die on this hill. And if I am wrong, I am wrong, and I will accept that I'm wrong. But Ossoff is not winning. I will die on this hill. He is not winning. Not to mention the Democrats have a major funding problem right now. Republicans outraised them almost $70 million. It's in the Discord server. You can look at it. Boba knows what I'm talking about. I disagree. I don't think he's winning. I don't think you're looking at the facts. I think he's losing. But, okay, so let's go back to this. I have Roy Cooper losing because Whatley in a week gained 3 points over him. Cooper still is leading, but in a week Whatley gained 3 points. Not to mention, Cooper let out the Charlotte murderer in 2014. He was Attorney General one of the times that guy was let out. That is horrible optics. Not to mention, he blamed Trump for what happened in Charlotte. That was his reaction. His reaction wasn't sympathy or anything. His reaction was blaming Trump. That is horrible optics in a Trump +3 state. Whatley is gaining. I'm sorry, Roy Cooper is not popular at all. He is popular, but he is not that popular. Whatley, the more he campaigns, will continue to gain on Cooper. I will die on this hill. This is not me being biased. This is me looking at the voter trends. No, Shapiro's definitely winning Pennsylvania. Don't get me wrong, he is. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but Cooper is not. Cooper is going to barely lose. I know this for a fact. Michigan, again, is going to win. Mainly because Mike Rogers continues to gain every election he wins in. He runs in, sorry. I'm sorry, dude, I disagree with you completely. The Democrats have horrible optics right now. Their party is celebrating the death of a man, of a father, of a husband. Okay, fine, I'll give you tilt. But Democrats have horrible optics right now, not to mention Republicans have outraised them almost by $300 million. The RCP has an $80 million advantage over Dems right now. Not to mention the Trump Pact has raised over $200 million already for the midterms. Democrats have $14 million in the bank right now. How in the heck are they supposed to fund all these parties? Not to mention, Michigan has a very, very competitive primary that the DNC is donating heavily and investing heavily in right now. Not to mention, the DNC also is trying to get the House, so they have all that money going to the House. How in the heck are they supposed to fund all these candidates? They physically cannot. They don't have the money. Dems have always banked their entire campaigning on raising more money. And they have no money. They have nothing. Their policies are trash. Their optics are trash. In Virginia right now, a state that I think here, let me go to the governor election. In Virginia right now, okay, Republican areas, okay, fine, I will give you that. That is possible. But I do not think they will be winning by large margins. But in Virginia right now, okay, Republican early voting is crazy. We lead the Democrats in early voting by like 500 votes in Republican areas. Special elections mean crap. It's a special election. Special elections are low turnout elections. Okay, the Wisconsin Supreme Court election, the only reason that happened was because Elon Musk got involved and he was a freaking idiot. I hated when he got involved. He should have stayed behind, he shouldn't have said a dang thing, and he should have just funded it. If he did that, whoever was running might have won. So I agree with you there. But, okay, special elections, not this time around, not with Kirk dying. Do you seriously expect the MAGA base not to turn out after one of their heroes just got murdered? No, they are going to turn out, and they're going to turn out in massive numbers. We are already seeing this in Virginia and New Jersey. Now, Sears is going to lose in Virginia because she's a horrible candidate. I think it's going to be a lean Dem victory. But in New Jersey, after Jack just won the debate single-handedly, very powerfully, I'm going to put it this way. How would you feel if Josh Shapiro was killed and the right started celebrating his death? You would be more energized than ever to vote. That is how we feel right now when it comes to Kirk. Not to mention, Trump has already announced an RNC convention. Trump has announced that there will be an RNC midterm convention, which is going to raise turnout. High turnout elections right now means Republican victories. Exactly. Republicans are pissed off. We just saw the opposing party celebrate a good man's death. We want to make sure you guys never win again. Because what we just saw wasn't someone like Trump, wasn't someone like Elon getting shot or killed. It was an everyday guy who was just voicing his opinion get shot. Republicans are pissed off. And we want to punish the Democrats for what they have done. Kirk's death is on them. The shooter himself said the main reason I killed Kirk was because Democrats told me he was a Nazi. Yeah. Kirk was the youth's hero. He was the youth hero. The youth freaking loved him. And they just saw their mentor, their hero, get gunned down by a psychopathic monster. And then they saw the opposing party celebrate his death. You're damn right they're not going to vote for you. I do not yet. I don't know the governor's predictions as much. I don't. But Democrats are not winning the Senate, and I'd argue that right now Republicans are favored in the House. I would die on that hill. They are favored in the House. It's going to be a slim favor, but they are favored. Yeah, a lot of Democrats. Pennsylvania, in the last week, 3,000 new registered Republicans. Half of them were Democrats. Not to mention a bunch. No, they won't. You yourself, a centrist, just became an independent a couple weeks ago. If you, someone who overall supports Democrats more, became a centrist, became an independent, and has even said on multiple occasions you were considering becoming a Republican later in life, you Democrats are screwed. And I guarantee you, a lot of independents are going to look at that and they're going to go, okay, we might not vote Republican, but we're sure as hell not going to vote Democrat. We're not going to vote for a party that wants someone like my best friend to die. I guarantee you that is what a lot of independents are thinking. Democrats are screwed this midterm election, and I will die on this hill. Republicans have the messaging, they have the funding, and they have the candidates. See? You even changed your name because they started celebrating his death. You even changed your name from, I don't remember what it was before. Now I know you was bipartisan. But, it was Random History Gamer. It wasn't anything political before. But you changed your name from something from something just about gaming to something more bipartisan. You yourself are an example of what I am talking about. So you can say I'm crazy. You can say, oh, Democrats are going to win the midterms just because they're the Democrats and Republicans are in power. But mark my words. Mark my words. I am right. We might not see a red wave, but we will see Republicans gain. And you want to know what the worst part about all of this? I'd say he's more center-right. He's less right than Trump. But as I genuinely think that the Democrats are screwed this midterm election. And it all started with their bad funding. It started with their bad funding. And then Kirk got shot. And then Kirk was assassinated. And then the Democrats celebrated his death. Okay, before Kirk died, I was one of the people who was like, okay, I will consider to vote for a Democrat and then I will see who I would vote for, but I lean Republican. I was one of those people who leaned Republican, and then Kirk died, and then I saw the left celebrating his death. I'm never going to vote Democrat in my entire life because of that. I am never going to do that. Never. I will never stand with a party that celebrates someone's death. He is right. There was a mayor who is threatening. He lives in a part of Michigan that's very Muslim. That's why in the House right now there's a law being talked about that bans Shia law. Because of that mayor. Yeah, he's right. That did happen. So bipartisan, as much as I respect you as a friend and as just an overall good guy, you're wrong. Respectfully, you are wrong. And so, that's that. Now you wanted me to look at the House? Sorry, I went on a rant. You wanted me to look at the House? I'm not going over the House. FYI, I'm not doing that. And why is the am I gay test there? I'm not... Never mind. I'm not going to be going over the House. It's too much stuff. Too many candidates, too many things. I just... Yeah, no. Yeah, it overwhelms me. Which is funny. I genuinely think the House should be expanded. It would end gerrymandering. Well, apparently New Yorkers do. Not to mention, he's going to win that election. And that's going to be more fuel for us Republicans. To say, see, the Democrats just elected a socialist. And see, he has released 60% of the prisoners in New York City. He has gotten rid of the gang watch list. He has gotten rid of this. He has gotten rid of Ma'am Danny. That's how I pronounce it. But, like, he is going to make Republicans win. Maybe not in New York. Actually, I showed this video last political stream, but I don't think you were here. I'm going to show it again. I posted it. It's my second most recent post. Posts. So
Scribe is how you stop explaining the
we're gonna
same
watch
thing
this
over and over at work. Watch this. It'll change your life.
The Democratic governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, has endorsed the candidate for mayor here in New York who won the Democratic primaries.
FYI, this is CNN saying this, not some biased right-wing source, so you can really see how bad it is for Dems.
On Mamdani, other Democratic officials have not. Mamdani calls himself a Democratic socialist, which of course is something that Bernie Sanders in Vermont is as well. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman here from New York. What about that word, socialism? How does it play in the polls? One man knows the answer. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. Hello, sir.
Hello.
We're talking about socialism, and we're talking about...
I think it's going to be Newsom, or even Kamala if she runs, which would be hilarious. Please, make the Democrats more in debt. Please, please, please.
Democrats.
Yeah, okay. You know, I'm not really surprised that Kathy Hochul decided to, in fact, endorse R.M. Mamdani, because the fact is, socialism is not a four-letter word in Democratic primaries, not among Democratic voters. It's a five-letter word in the minds of a lot of Democrats, that five-letter word being great. Look at this. Net popularity of socialism among Democrats. You go back to 2010, it was plus 7 points. Look how high it is now, up like a rocket, up to plus 36 points. That's a jump of nearly 30 points on the net popularity scale among Democrats in just 15 years. And I was looking at the polling from New York City, and what you see is the clear plurality of New York City Democrats think the idea of having a socialist mayor is a good idea, matching what we see nationally. The bottom line is socialism isn't a dirty word among Democrats at this particular point. It's actually a word that, when attached, Democrats seem to like it.
That's a huge jump, and that's not that long ago, let me add.
No.
What about capitalism?
Yeah, okay, so if all of a sudden socialism is now a five-letter word, great. What I would say is capitalism in the mind of Democrats is a three-letter word, bad. What are we talking about? Net popularity of socialism among Democrats. Look at this trend. It was plus 8 points in 2010 on the positive side of the ledger. Look at where we are in 2025. Down, falling through the floor at minus 13 points. That's a drop of over 20 points in just 15 years. So we see the exact opposite trend that we see at socialism, which is up, up and away. What we see with capitalism is down, down, down through the floor.
Okay, we're talking about Democrats here. What about if you look at the larger population, Harry? Is it the same type of thing?
This is where the danger is for Democrats, because if socialism plays in Democratic primaries, it does not play in the general electorate. What do we see going on here? Net popularity among all adults. Capitalism is on the positive side of the ledger at plus 12 points. Socialism way, way, way underwater at minus 18 points. So that's capitalism running away by 30 points over socialism. That is why Republicans are thanking their lucky stars if Mamdani, in fact, wins the general election, because they feel like they can play off of him, because socialism may play in New York City among Democrats, but among the general electorate, Donald Trump and the Republicans are saying, hey, look at this socialist mayor in New York City. This is what we're dealing with. So again, something may play in Democratic primaries. It may play in the very Democratic city of New York. But among the general electorate, Republicans are salivating at the idea that they can run against a Democratic socialist being the mayor of New York City.
Interesting way to break down those numbers.
Dems are not winning the midterms. They are not winning the midterms. I'm glad you finally have come to the realization that I have. The Democratic Party that you love, the one of Josh Shapiro, of Whitmer, of all them, is dead. Mamdani, however you pronounce his stupid name, is going to win that election. And because he's going to win that election, and because he is going to destroy New York City, is another reason why we're going to win. Do you think this is the Democratic Party of Kennedy? No. Good night. Good night, Tusa. Good night. I'm glad I have at least changed your mind a little bit on this subject, bipartisan. I want Mamdani to win. A lot of Republicans are like, no, he's going to destroy New York. Good. Let him. It's a worthy sacrifice. To ensure that people like him don't win the White House, that is a good sacrifice. Bipartisan, I'm not doing this to be mean. I'm saying this as a friend. I genuinely think with the possible red reawakening, I'm not going to call it a red wave yet, but it's definitely a massive realignment. I'd say 3 points. I think he is going to win, don't get me wrong. But a lot of people are going to be turned off by him just the fact that he's a Democrat. You know what? I will say 5, maybe 5 points. Not to mention, by that time, Republican registration will have flipped the state. There's only about 50,000 Democrat advantage left in the state of Pennsylvania. Let me show
Terry,
you.
and thank you.
I'd say 5 as a... I'd say 5. I'd say 3 at the worst, 5 at best, 7 if he's doing great that night. But considering what I just showed you and my opinions and how I feel, I don't think Democrats all across the country are going to be doing good. I think they're going to be losing by a lot. And I think that will affect Shapiro. So let's go to this guy. He posts the state Republican registration. Well, not Republican registration, but just party registration. I need to find it. Let's go to Pennsylvania, 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 Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. Oh, in New Jersey, Republicans had a net gain of 3,000 voters last month. Just saying. Where is Pennsylvania? For crying out loud, where is Pennsylvania? It should be somewhere in here, but it isn't. Oh, there it is. Okay, so in the month of September, actually no, in the month of August, Republicans had a net gain of 5,500 voters. At the beginning of the year, the Democratic advantage was 286,000 voters. In just 8 months, it is now 53,000 voters. Now, this does not mean everything. Voter registration is not always the most accurate. But I do think this will affect the election. And yes, I agree with you, he is going to win, but I do not think he's going to be winning by that much. Also, the full-on campaigns haven't really started, so his approval rating right now doesn't really matter. His approval rating only matters a couple months before the election. So he is very popular in Pennsylvania. Don't get me wrong, I agree with you, he is. But I think he is vulnerable. More vulnerable than you think he is. And what do you think will happen when a Republican starts kind of chipping away at that? I think it's very possible that he, I'm not going to say loses, but his margin will be okay. One, she's not radical. I've seen her policies. They're not radical. You're only saying she's radical because you don't like her because she's going against Shapiro. And I understand. You love Shapiro, so I understand. But she's not radical. I think she has a chance. It's a very slim chance, 10% chance. But she does have a chance. Meanwhile, in Florida, the Democrats have no chance of winning the election. It's almost assured. It's like written in stone. Meanwhile, Pennsylvania is still a swing state. So it is possible. To be fair, I would not vote for Shapiro just based off of his abortion opinions. That ad you showed me of him saying abortion is life made it so I would never vote for him. Yeah. Anyways, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed now. The stream went on a lot longer than I was expecting it to. It was supposed to just be the New Jersey debate. I was going to start a new stream and play some Wolfenstein, and then I was going to go to bed, but we just ended up talking politics for almost 5 hours. So, good night, dude. Have a good one.